In the annals of Middle-earth, few lands have been so blessed with peace, or so little troubled by the great storms of history, as the Shire. This green and pleasant country became home to that most curious and peaceable of folk, the hobbits. For more than 1400 years, they dwelt there in contentment, little knowing and less caring for the mighty events that shaped the world beyond their borders. The Shire lay in the northwest of Middle-earth, in what had once been the heart of the kingdom of Arnor, bounded on the east by the Bar Anduin, which the hobbits called Brandywine, and protected on the west by the White Downs and the Tower Hills. It comprised some 18,000 square miles of the fairest farmland. Here, the little folk cultivated their gardens, smoked their pipeweed, and lived lives of rustic simplicity that would have seemed strange indeed to the great lords of Gondor, or the elven kings of old. Yet, the Shire was more than merely a backwater forgotten by history. It was a deliberate refuge, a place where innocence might endure while darkness gathered in the east. The peace of the Shire was hard won and jealously guarded, though its inhabitants knew it not. In the tale of its founding and preservation lies a history both humble and profound, testament to the endurance of simple goodness in a world too often given over to war and ruin. Now, the origin of the hobbits is shrouded in the mists of the elder days, and even the lore masters of Rivendell knew little of their beginnings. It is said that they were related to men, though whether they were a separate kindred or a branch that had diminished in stature, none could say with certainty. What is known is that in the early days of the Third Age, and perhaps long before, hobbits dwelt in the Vale of Anduin, the great river which flowed from the misty mountains to the sea. In those days, the hobbit folk were divided into three somewhat different breeds. The Harfoots were the most numerous and the most typical of hobbits. They were browner of skin, smaller and shorter, and they loved hillsides, and they loved the highlands. The Stewards were broader and heavier in build, and their feet and hands were larger. They preferred flatlands and riversides, and some among them, it was said, could even grow a beard. The Fallowhides were fewer in number, but they were fairer of skin and hair, taller and slimmer than the others. They loved trees and woodlands, and they had more friendships with the elves than did the other hobbits. It is said that by the year 1050 of the Third Age, shadows had begun to gather in the vales of Anduin. The forest of Greenwood the Great was darkening with an evil presence that would later be known as Dol Guldur. And the hobbits, ever loving peace above all things, began their westward migration. The Harfoots moved first, beset by crossing the Misty Mountains by the High Pass, or perhaps the Red Horn Gate. The Valahides followed, fewer in number, but bolder in spirit, and some of the stores came as well, though many of them remained behind for a time, it was said. The wandering years were long and perilous. The Misty Mountains were no gentle barrier, and many hardships befell the migrants. Yet they persevered, and by the year 1300, hobbits had established themselves, living alongside men in and around the village of Bree, where both kindreds dwelt together in that rare friendship that would endure through all the ages. It was in these years that the three breeds began to mingle, though traces of their old divisions could still be seen in later times among the families of the Shire. Now, in the year 1601 of the Third Age of Middle-earth, the true history of the Shire begins. In that year, King Argeleb, the last remnant of the kingdom of Arnor, granted to the hobbits the lands between Barranduin and the Far Downs. Now, this grant was not made lightly, nor was it made without obligation. The king asked only that the hobbits maintain the bridges and roads, speed his messengers, and acknowledge his lordship, conditions that the hobbits, who loved peace and desired only to be left alone, gladly accepted. Two brothers led the crossing of the Brandywine in that fateful year. Marco and Blanco, who were Valahides from Bree. With a great following of hobbits from all three breeds, it was said they crossed the ancient bridge of stone bows and entered into their inheritance. land they found was fair beyond their hopes. Rolling downs and gentle rivers, woodlands and water meadows, perfect for the cultivation of crops and the raising of livestock. Most importantly, it was largely empty, for the dwindling realm had suffered much from war, and few men remained in these western lands. From this crossing, the hobbits of the Shire dated their reckoning of years. The year 1601 of the Third Age became the year 1 of Shire reckoning. And by this calendar they measured all their subsequent history. It was, you could say, a declaration of independence in all but name. Turning away from the great events of Middle-earth to focus on matters of harvest and home. Founding Charter established the office of the Thane, who would be the Hobbit's leader and the King's representative. Now, the very first Thane was a Bucca Marish, from whom the Old Buck family descended, and later the Brandybucks. Now, the Thane was responsible for the Shire Moot and the hobbitry in arms, though in practice there was little for such offices to do in times of peace. It was a title of honor more than power, for hobbits had little use for governing beyond the most local of concerns. The first 4 centuries of the Shire saw steady growth and the establishment of those institutions and settlements that would define Hobbit life for all the years to come. The Hobbits spread throughout the land, dividing it into 4 farthings: the North Farthing, the South Farthing, the East Farthing, and the West Farthing. Michael Delving, near the centre, as the unofficial capital. Hobbiton grew upon the banks of the water, a tributary of the Brandywine, and became one of the most pleasant villages in the Shire. Bag End, the most famous of smiles, was delved into the hill above Hobbiton, though it would not achieve its greatest fame until much later times. Other settlements flourished as well: Bywater, Tuckborough, Stock, and many more. Each of the villages had its own character, but all shared the hobbitish love of comfort, good food, and of course, peace. the hobbits proved themselves excellent farmers. The rich soil of the Shire yielded abundant harvests of grain, vegetables, and fruits. They cultivated especially the pipeweed that grew so well in the South Farning near Longbottom, a variety they called Longbottom leaf, which would become famous even in far Gondor. Their herds of cattle and flocks of sheep grazed contentedly on the downs and water meadows, and their ponies became renowned for their sturdy temperament. Yet, the Shire was not wholly without governance or protection. The Bounders patrolled the borders, though their duties were light, more concerned with keeping out trespassers than defending against any real threat. The sheriffs maintained what passed for law and order, though their role was more akin to that of village constables, concerned with straying animals and minor disputes rather than serious crime. For crime, there was little, as the hobbits were an honest folk. And in those early centuries, the evils of the outside world seemed very far away indeed. Now, the centuries that followed were the golden age of the Shire's isolation. While kingdoms rose and fell beyond their borders, while wars raged in the east, and the line of the kings of Arnor failed in darkness, the hobbits tended their gardens and lived lives of contentment. They did not know, and would not have believed had they been told, that their peace was bought by the vigilance of others. You see, in those years, the Rangers of the North, the last remnants of Dúnedain of Arnor, watched over the borders of the Shire. These grim and weather-worn men walked the wild lands, guarding against the servants of the enemy that might come from Angmar or the Misty Mountains. To the hobbits, if they saw them at all, the Rangers were merely dangerous vagabonds, to be avoided or driven away. Little did they know that these wanderers were the very descendants of their ancient kings, and that without their sleepless watch, the Shire would long ago have been overrun. Now, in the year 2000, the old Buck family, who had long held the office of the Thane, crossed the Brandywine and settled in Buckland on the eastern marches of the Shire. There they built Brandy Hall, great smile that was more like a town than a single dwelling. The old bucks changed their name to Brandybuck, and the Thaneship passed to the Took family of Tookborough in the West Farthing. The Tooks, of course, would hold this honour for all the years to come, and they were ever the most adventurous and un-hobbit-like of the great families. The Great Plague that swept out of the east in the year 1636 touched even the isolated Shire, though lightly compared to the devastation it wrought in other lands. Many died, and King Talimnar of Gondor and all his children perished. But the hobbits recovered swiftly. For they were a resilient folk, and the population grew steadily through the peaceful centuries. Great families rose to prominence during these years. The Tooks, with their Falahide blood, the Brandybucks in their realm beyond the river, and in the West Farthing, the Baggins family of Hobbiton, who were well-to-do and respectable, descended from the Falahide Balbo Baggins. These families, along with the Bolgers and others, formed a comfortable landed gentry, though never in the Shire was there any true nobility or class of lords. The peace of the Shire, long and unbroken though it had been, was not destined to last forever undisturbed. In the year 2758, the fell winter came upon Middle-earth, a season of bitter cold and snow. Began in November and did not relent until March. Brandywine and other rivers froze solid, and the Shire was cut off from the outside world. Famine followed in the spring, for little could be grown in the frozen earth, and wolves came down from the north, the dreaded white wolves of legend. Worse still, in that same terrible winter, men out of Dunland, driven by hunger and cold, attempted to invade. Some crossed the frozen Brandywine and entered the Shire, bringing violence to lands that had only ever known peace. But the hobbits, mild though they were not wholly defenseless. Under the leadership of Bandobras, Took, called Bullroarer, the largest hobbit who had ever lived, he stood 4 feet 5 inches tall and could ride a horse, it was said. The invaders were driven off. At the Battle of Green Fields, Bullroarer himself slew the Dunlending chieftain, Gulthimbo, and his head flew 100 yards through the air, and it was said went down a rabbit hole. The fell winter passed, and the Shire recovered, as it always did. The following spring, though late, was glorious, and the crops were abundant. The hobbits returned to their peaceful ways, and the invasion became merely another tale to tell over pipe and ale, growing more heroic with each telling. Bullroarer Took became a legend, and his descendants, the Tooks, were ever after held in special honor. Now, the centuries that followed saw the Shire return to its accustomed peace, prosperity. The population grew, approaching in the later years of some 100,000 souls. New villages were founded, old ones expanded, and the hobbits seemed content to let the world pass them by. In Gondor, far to the south, the stewards ruled in place of absent kings, and dark rumors came out of Mordor. But such matters troubled the Shire not at all. In the year 2941, an event occurred that would forever alter the destiny of the Shire, though few knew it at the time. Bilbo Baggins of Bag End, a respectable hobbit of 50 years, vanished from his home one April morning in the company of Gandalf the Grey and 13 dwarves. This was scandalous beyond measure. Bagginses did not go on adventures, and his family, particularly the Sackville Bagginses, presumed him dead, and even began to auction off some of his belongings. But Bilbo returned, more than a year later, changed beyond recognition. He had journeyed to the lonely mountain in the far east, had helped slay the dragon Smaug, and had played a part in the battle of 5 armies. More significantly, though none knew it, he had found in the dark tunnels beneath the misty mountains a magic ring of immense power. The One Ring of Sauron. Though this truth would not be revealed for many, many years, Bilbo's return caused great consternation. He was considered odd, even mad, and his tales of adventure were dismissed as fantasy by the respectable hobbits of Hobbiton. But Bilbo cared little for their opinions, and he settled back into Bag End, considerably wealthier than before, and lived a life of comfortable eccentricity. He wrote poetry and memoirs. He learned Elvish, and he had strange visitors, dwarfs, and wizards. Strangest of all, Bilbo did not age. The years passed. 10, 20, 30, 50. And still he looked barely a day older than when he had returned from his adventure. Now some whispered that this was unnatural. Some said that he had dealings with dark powers, though most simply thought him a well-preserved old bachelor. The truth, of course, was the ring, which Bilbo kept secret in his pocket, and which preserved him beyond the normal span of hobbit years. On September 22, 3001, Bilbo held a magnificent party to celebrate his 111th birthday and the coming of age of his young cousin and adopted heir, Frodo Baggins. It was a party that would long be remembered in the Shire, with fireworks by Gandalf, food and drink in abundance, and gifts for all. But at the height of the celebration, Bilbo gave a speech and then, putting on his ring, vanished before the eyes of all assembled. It was his final jest, and it left the Shire in an uproar. Bilbo had gone, leaving Bag End and all his possessions to Frodo, including, though few knew it, the ring. The old hobbit departed the Shire forever, going to dwell with the elves in Rivendell. Frodo inherited the burden of the ring, though for many years he did not understand what it truly was. The Shire returned to normalcy, or what passed for it. But there were whispers, and there were wonders, and some said that dark times were coming, even to their green and pleasant land. In the year 3018, 17 years after Bilbo's departure, the shadows at last reached even unto the Shire. Gandalf returned to Bag End with terrible news. The ring that Bilbo had found was the One Ring, forged by the Dark Lord Sauron, and the enemy was searching for it. If it fell into his hands, all Middle-earth would be enslaved. The ring must be destroyed, cast into the fires of Mount Doom in the heart of Mordor. And Frodo must be the one to bear it. Thus began the quest of the ring, though in the Shire none knew of it save a very few. Frodo departed Bag End in September, accompanied by loyal companions Samwise Gamgee, Meriadoc Brandybuck, and Peregrine Took, Pippin to his friends. To the curious hobbits of Hobbiton, Frodo had simply sold Bag End and moved away to Buckland, they thought, or perhaps to Bree. Very few marked his passing, and fewer still sensed the doom that had come so close to their borders. For indeed, the Black Riders, the Nazgul, servants of Sauron, had entered the Shire searching for Baggins and the ring. They rode through the lanes of the East Farthing, asking questions and spreading terror among those few hobbits who saw them. But Frodo and his companions had escaped, though narrowly, and the riders passed out of the Shire into the wider world. The Great War of the Ring was fought far from the Shire's borders, in Rohan and Gondor, before the Black Gate of Mordor. The hobbits of the Shire knew nothing of these battles, of the siege of Minas Tirith, of the destruction of Isengard. They tended their gardens. They grumbled about the weather, while the fate of the world hung in the balance. Yet 2 hobbits of the Shire played no small part in that great war. Merry rode with Éowyn of Rohan and helped slay the Witch King of Angmar at the battle of the Pelennor Fields. Pippin entered the service of Denethor, steward of Gondor, and saved the life of Faramir. And far away in Mordor, Frodo and Sam completed their quest, destroying the ring in the fires of Mount Doom, though at terrible cost. But even as the ring was unmade and Sauron defeated, a new shadow fell upon the Shire. While the great and the good had been occupied with the war in the east, lesser evils had crept into the peaceful land of the hobbits. The ruffian Lotho Sackville Baggins, called Pimple, had taken control during the absence of the Thane and the Master of Buckland. He had brought in rough men from outside, and slowly but surely the Shire was being transformed into a land of tyranny. When Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin returned to the Shire in November of 3019, they found a land much changed from the one they had left. Gates had been erected, the Brandywine Bridge, and surely sheriffs demanded their business. Bag End had been taken over by rough men, and across the Shire, Lotho's gatherers and shearers enforced unjust rules, rationing food and generally destroying the beauty of the land. Trees were cut down, mills polluted the streams, and everywhere there was fear. But the greatest shock came when they learned the true master of this occupation, not Lotho Pimple, who had been murdered, but Saruman, once a great wizard, now fallen and bitter. He had come to the Shire under the name of Sharkey, and from Bag End itself, he directed his petty tyranny, taking revenge on the world that had defeated him. The four hobbits, hardened by their adventures, and no longer the simple folk who had left, organized the resistance. At Bywater, they fought the Battle of Bywater, the only true battle ever fought in the Shire. The hobbits, led by Merry and Pippin, routed Saruman's ruffians, suffering but 19 casualties themselves, while slaying nearly 70 of the enemy. It was a victory, but a bitter one. Hobbits had been forced to kill other hobbits, and innocence could never be fully restored. Saruman himself was cornered at Bag End. Frodo, compassionate even after all he had suffered, offered the fallen wizard mercy and a chance to leave in peace. Saruman's pride was too great, and his servant, Grima, pushed beyond endurance, turned on his master and killed him. Grima himself was then shot by hobbit archers, and so ended the power of Saruman. Squalor and bitterness in a land he had thought beneath his notice. The work of restoration began immediately. Sam Gamgee, who had been elected mayor, a position he would hold for 7 consecutive terms, used the gift given to him by the Lady Galadriel, a small box of earth from her gardens. He planted the Malorn seed that was in it on the spot where the party tree had stood, and he scattered the earth across the Shire. The next spring was glorious beyond measure, and the harvest of 1420 was legendary. The Shire bloomed as never before, and where Sam had scattered Galadriel's earth, the trees grew large and beautiful. The years that followed, called the Fourth Age by the chroniclers of Gondor, were years of peace and prosperity for the Shire. Sam Gamgee's tenure as mayor, he was re-elected 6 times, was remembered as a golden age. He and his wife Rose had 13 children, and the Gamgee family became honoured throughout the Shire. Merry Brandybuck became master of the Buckland, and Pippin Took eventually succeeded his father as Thane. Both lived long lives, and were celebrated for their wisdom and their tales of the great world beyond. They were known as Merry the Magnificent and Pippin the Peregrine, and their friendship with the king, a lesser, Aragorn, the returned king of Gondor, brought honour to all the Shire folk. The Malorn tree in Hobbiton grew tall and beautiful, a living reminder of the elves, of the great deeds of that earlier time. It was the only Malorn west of the mountains and east of the sea, and its golden leaves in autumn became famous. In 1421 S.R., Frodo sailed from the Grey Havens into the west, accompanying Bilbo, Gandalf, and the great elves. He bore wounds that could not be healed in Middle-earth. The ring had marked him too deeply. Sam returned from the Havens alone, grieving but at peace. took up his life as mayor and father. 1482 SR, having completed his term and seen his children grown, Sam too sailed west, the last of the ring-bearers to leave Middle-earth. The Shire endured and prospered into the Fourth Age. The boundaries were expanded to include the West March, where Sam's descendants dwelt, and though the great events of history once again passed the Shire by, the little folk who lived there carried in their hearts and in their stories the memory of the time when even the smallest person could change the course of the world. Thus ends the tale of the Shire's history, from founding to the Fourth Age. It remains in the imagination of those who love it, the land of peace and simple goodness, a reminder that courage comes in all sizes, and that home and hearth are worth any sacrifice to preserve. The green hills of the Shire, the party tree, the gardens of Bag End, these live on, not merely in history, but in the hearts of all who dream of peace. In the gentle hills of Hobbiton, nestled among the lush meadows and bubbling brooks of the Shire, there lived a hobbit named Posco Boffin. Now, Posco was not remarkable in most ways that hobbits measure such things. He was neither the wealthiest nor the most well-connected, neither the most adventurous nor the most content to stay at home. He was, however, known throughout the Shire for his remarkable garden, which flourished under his care in a way that made even the most experienced hobbit gardeners green with envy. The jewel of Posco's garden was an oak tree unlike any other in the Shire. It stood tall and proud at the center of his property, its mighty branches reaching toward the sky like fingers stretching after a long nap. This was no ordinary oak, mind you. Many years ago, you see, when Posco was but just a lad, with scraped knees and untamed curls, it was said that a wandering wizard had passed through Hobbiton. In exchange for a warm meal and a comfortable place to rest, the wizard had given young Posco an acorn with instructions to plant it under the light of a harvest moon. "This is no common acorn, my boy," the wizard has said, his eyes twinkling beneath bushy brows. "Treat it well, and it shall bring joy not only to you, but all who pass beneath its branches." And so, Posco had planted the acorn as instructed, and over the years it had grown into a magnificent oak that now stood as the crown jewel of his garden. The tree's most remarkable feature was its acorns, plump, glossy things that, when roasted over a fire or baked into bread, produced the sweetest, most delectable flavor imaginable. Posco shared these acorns freely with anyone who asked, for he believed the gifts were meant to be passed along, not hoarded away like a dragon's treasure. "Bless me," old Gaffer Gamgee would say, warming his gnarled hands around a mug of acorn tea. "If these ain't the finest treats in all the Shire. Makes a hobbit thankful for simple pleasures, it does." One autumn, as the leaves began to turn from vibrant green to rich shades of gold and amber, a terrible drought struck the Shire. Day after day, the sun blazed down upon the once verdant hills, withering crops and parching streams. Gardens that had once burst with life now stood brown and brittle. Hobbits, being sensible folk who appreciate their comforts, became increasingly worried as their pantries grew barer and their water barrels grew emptier. Yet, amidst all this suffering, Posco's oak remained as green and vibrant as ever, its leaves rustling merrily in the hot, dry breeze. While other plants wilted and died, the magical tree seemed untouched by the drought, drawing moisture from some secret source deep beneath the earth. Now, this unusual circumstance did not go unnoticed, particularly by Posco's neighbor, Lotho Sackville. Lotho was a wealthy hobbit with a hobbit hole larger than he needed and a heart smaller than he should have had. He watched with narrowed eyes as Posco's tree continued to thrive, while his own prized rose bushes shriveled into thorny twigs. "It's not natural," Lotho muttered to anyone who would listen, which was quite a few hobbits in these desperate times. "No honest tree stays green as spring when everything else is dying. There's something queer about it, mark my words." And soon, whispers began to spread through the parched fields and dusty lanes of Hobbiton. Perhaps Posco Boffin was practicing some dark magic. keeping his tree alive while others suffered. Perhaps he had made some unsavory deal with creatures from beyond the borders of the Shire. Such talk was most un-hobbit-like, but fear and thirst can twist even the most sensible minds. Posco, for his part, paid little attention to the rumors. He was too busy trying to share what little water he could spare with his neighbors, and too concerned about the small animals that had taken to sheltering beneath his oak, seeking relief from the relentless sun. One evening, as the sun sank below the horizon in a blaze of fiery red, Posco sat beneath his oak, contemplating the sorry state of the Shire. He absent-mindedly gathered fallen acorns, running his fingers over their smooth caps. But as he reached for one particular acorn, he gasped in surprise. There, gleaming in the fading light, lay an acorn unlike any he had ever seen before. Rather than the usual warm brown, this acorn was silver. Pure, shining silver that caught the last rays of sunset and reflected them like a tiny mirror. Great-grandfathers and little fishes, Posco breathed, carefully lifting the silver acorn. It felt cool against his palm, and strangely heavy for its size. As he held it, a curious sensation washed over him. A vision, clear as day, though his eyes remained open. He saw the party field, where generations of hobbits had celebrated birthdays and holidays with feasting and dancing. But in his vision, the field was transformed. At its center stood the great party tree, but beneath it, half hidden among its roots, was a stone structure. A well of some sort, ancient and forgotten, with water so clear and pure, it seemed to glow with an inner light. And somehow, Posco knew with absolute certainty that this well was real, and that its waters ran deep and true, even in the worst drought. As quickly as it had come, the vision faded leaving Posco blinking in confusion beneath his oak tree. The silver acorn still rested in his palm. Now, it seemed just an unusual trinket, not the key to a magical vision. Well now, Posco muttered to himself, tucking the silver acorn carefully into his waist pocket. This was most peculiar indeed. The next morning, Posco paid a visit to the oldest hobbit in Hobbiton, old Holman Greenhand, who had seen more summers than anyone could rightly count. Old Holman's memory was like a vast library, filled with tales and tidbits that most had forgotten. And if anyone would know about a silver acorn and a hidden well, it would be him. Posco found the ancient hobbit sitting on a bench outside his modest hole, smoking a pipe and watching the world with gloomy eyes that had seen more changes than they had cared to remember. A silver acorn, you say? Old Holman repeated after Posco had explained his discovery and the vision that followed. He puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, sending rings of smoke drifting into the parched air. Well now, that's a tale I haven't thought of in many a long year. He gestured for Posco to sit beside him, and in a voice creaky with age, but strong with conviction, he began to speak of things long past. In the old days, long before even my grandfather's time, the Shire was not always the safe, comfortable place we know today. There were times of hardship, droughts and harsh winters, floods and failures of the harvest. But the land itself, they say, would provide for those with pure hearts and good intentions. Old Holman tapped out his pipe and refilled it with deliberate movements that spoke of decades of practice. The silver acorn, according to the tales, appears once every 100 years, and only to a hobbit with the character to use its gifts wisely. It leads the finder to what the Shire needs most in times of great difficulty. But there's a catch, mind you. The silver acorn must be used before the first frost of winter, where its power fades until the next century. Posco felt a weight settle on his little shoulders at these words. "And, you believe this tale, old Holman?" The elderly hobbit fixed him with a surprisingly sharp gaze. "I believe there are more things in this world than most hobbits bother to notice, young Posco. And I believe that when a magical tree given by a wizard produces a silver acorn during the worst drought in living memory, only a fool would ignore it." Posco nodded slowly, his hand moving to his pocket where the silver acorn rested. "Then I must find this well before the first frost," he said, more to himself than to the old hobbit. "Yes, indeed you must," old Holman agreed, "for the sake of all the Shire." What neither of them realized was that their whole conversation had not gone unheard. Lotho Sackville had been passing by, ostensibly checking on his elderly neighbor, but in truth hoping to gather more evidence of Posco's supposed misdeeds. He had paused outside old Holman's garden gate, his large, hairy ears quivering with interest as he caught the words "silver acorn" and "what the Shire needs most." A slow, calculating smile spread across Lotho's face. If this silver acorn was as valuable as it sounded, perhaps it could lead him to something more interesting than a mere well. Gold, perhaps, or jewels, or some other treasure worthy of the wealthiest hobbit in Hobbiton. And so that night, it is said, as Posco slept soundly in his bed, dreaming of cool, clear water bubbling up from the earth, a shadow crept through his garden. Lotho moved with surprising stealth for one of his girth, his eyes fixed on the open window of Posco's bedroom. He knew that Posco always kept special treasures in the small wooden box on his bedside table. Birthday gifts and mementos, nothing of real value to anyone but their owner. Sure enough, when Lotho carefully reached through the window and lifted the lid of the box, there it was, the silver acorn, gleaming softly in the moonlight. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatched it and disappeared into the night. chuckling to himself at his own cleverness. And so when Posco awoke the next morning, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. The air in his bedroom felt different somehow, disturbed. He reached for his wooden box, a gift from his father from many years ago, and his little heart sank when he discovered the silver acorn was gone. Rushing outside in his nightshirt, Posco was met with an even more alarming sight. His beloved oak tree, which had remained lush and green throughout the drought, was showing signs of distress. Its leaves had begun to curl at the edges, and a few had already turned brown and fallen to the ground. "Oh no," Posco whispered, laying the gentlest hand on the trunk of his old friend. "What's happening to you?" And, as if in answer, a soft groan seemed to emanate from deep within the wood. A sound of suffering that only Posco himself could hear. Somehow, he knew with certainty that the tree's sudden decline was connected to the theft of the silver acorn. The magic that had sustained it was fading. Meanwhile, Lotho Sackville was having a frustrating morning. He had spent hours holding the silver acorn in various different ways, speaking to it, even shouting commands, but nothing happened. No vision appeared to him. No path to treasure revealed itself. The acorn remained stubbornly inert in his hands. Just a pretty bauble, and nothing more. "Useless thing," Lotho grumbled, tossing the acorn onto his kitchen table, where it rolled in circles before coming to rest. Old Holman must be going senile, filling Posco's head with nonsense about magic acorns. But as Lotho turned away, something caught his eye. For just a moment, just the briefest instant, the acorn had seemed to glow with an inner light, pointing like a tiny silver arrow toward the east, toward the party field. Lotho whirled back, but the glow was gone, if it had ever been there at all. Soon doubt nagged at him. tales were true? What if the acorn really could lead to treasure, but was somehow refusing to work for him? The thought that the acorn might be judging him, finding him unworthy, filled Lotho with indignant anger. "Well, we'll see about that," he muttered, pocketing the silver acorn. "I'll make you show me the way to riches, whether you want to or not." Posco, meanwhile, had come to the obvious conclusion about the acorn's disappearance. Only one hobbit in Hobbiton had shown such interest in his oak tree, and only one had the combination of greed and audacity to steal from a neighbor. And so, without bothering to change out of his nightshirt, Posco marched straight to Lotho's grand hobbit hole, and he pounded with all his might on the round green door. But Lotho was already gone, having set out for the party field with the silver acorn in his pocket and dreams of wealth in his heart. Posco was forced to return home, change into proper clothes, and prepare for what he realized would be a challenging task: tracking down Lotho and recovering the silver acorn before it was too late. You see, the first frost could come any day now. Autumn was already well advanced, and the nights were growing colder. If he failed, the Shire could suffer through the winter without any water, and his beloved oak might not survive to see another spring. With a heavy heart, but determined spirit, Posco packed a small bag with provisions, some bread, cheese, a water skin, and a few of last year's preserved acorns for luck. He had never been on any sort of adventure before, having always been content with the comfortable predictability of life in Hobbiton. But desperate times called for desperate measures, and there was more at stake than just his tree. As Posco set out from his little hobbit hole, following the trail of footprints Lotho had left in the dusty road, he couldn't help but notice something strange. Wherever Lotho had passed with the silver acorn, plants that had been merely withered now appeared completely dead, as if all remaining life had been sucked out of them. The magical acorn, it seemed, was not meant to be taken by force, and its displeasure was manifesting in the very earth itself. "Oh, Lotho," Posco sighed as he followed the trail of desiccated plants. "Lotho, what have you done?" The trail led, as Posco had suspected it might, toward the party field, but then continued beyond it, winding its way toward the borders of the Shire. With growing concern, Posco realized that Lotho was heading toward the old forest, a place most hobbits avoided, even in the best of times. The trees there were said to be watchful and sometimes malevolent, with branches that moved of their own accord and roots that could trip up the unwary traveler. For a moment, Posco hesitated. He was a hobbit of Hobbiton, after all. Not some adventurer from the wild tales told around the hearth on winter evenings. But then he thought of his old oak tree, slowly dying without the silver acorn's magic. He thought of the Shire, parched and suffering, and the well from his vision that might save them all. With a deep breath, he squared his shoulders and continued on, following the trail of withered plants toward the dark line of trees that marked the beginning of the old forest. As the day wore on, Posco's little feet began to tire, and his stomach grumbled with increasing insistence. Hobbits, as is well known, are accustomed to regular and plentiful meals, and Posco had missed both second breakfast and elevenses in his pursuit of Lotho. He was just considering stopping for a brief lunch when he heard a sound that made his blood run cold. The cry of fear and distress coming from the forest ahead. Despite his misgivings about Lotho, Posco's good hobbit heart wouldn't allow him to ignore someone in trouble, and so he quickened his pace breaking into a run as he entered the shadowy eaves of the old forest. The trees seemed to lean toward him as he passed, their branches creaking ominously. But Posco pressed on, following the sounds of distress. At last, in a small clearing surrounded by ancient, gnarled trees, Posco found Lotho. The portly hobbit was on his knees, cowering before what appeared at first to be merely more than trees. But as Posco looked closer, he realized with a shock that these were no ordinary trees. They were moving, slowly but deliberately, their bark-covered limbs creaking as they reached toward the terrified Lotho. Lotho cried when he spotted Posco. They've been following me for hours, getting closer and closer. I'm sorry I took your acorn. Truly I am. Just make them stop. Posco stood frozen in amazement. He had heard tales of walking trees from travelers who had journeyed far beyond the borders of the Shire. But he had always assumed them to be exaggerations or inventions. Yet, here they were, not quite trees and not quite people, but something in between, tall and ancient and very, very angry. The acorn, Posco said urgently. Where is it? Lotho fumbled in his pocket with shaking hands and produced the silver acorn. The moment it was exposed to the air, it began to glow brightly, pulsing with a silver light that illuminated the clearing. To Posco's astonishment, the acorn seemed to leap from Lotho's palm of its own accord, arcing through the air to land squarely in Posco's outstretched hand. The moment the acorn touched Posco's skin, the walking trees halted their advance. A rumbling sound, like the creaking of branches in a strong wind, filled the clearing. It took Posco a moment to realize that the tree beings were communicating with each other in some ancient wooden language. think, Roscoe said slowly, addressing both Lotho and the tree beings, I think that they were angry because the acorn was taken by force. It wasn't meant for you, Lotho. The largest of the tree beings, towering figure with bark like weathered stone and eyes like deep pools of amber, stepped forward. It regarded Posco with what seemed to be curiosity, then slowly, deliberately, it extended a branch-like limb and pointed deeper into the forest. The silver acorn in Posco's hand pulsed once more, and again he was granted a vision, clearer this time, more detailed. He saw a massive oak tree, far older than his own, with roots that plunged deep into the earth. Beneath it lay the well from his previous vision, its stones carved with symbols he did not recognize but somehow understood to be of great power and antiquity. It's showing us the way, Posco breathed. He turned to Lotho, who was still kneeling in the dirt, his face pale with fear. We need to follow them. The well is somewhere in this forest, and these guardians are going to lead us to it. Lotho looked as if he might faint at the suggestion. Are you mad? Those things were ready to tear me limb from limb. Now you want me to follow them deeper into this accursed forest? Posco's normally gentle face hardened with determination. Yes, Lotho. That's exactly what we're going to do. You started this mess, and you're going to help me finish it. The Shire needs that well, and we're going to find it, with or without your cooperation. Though I dare say, things will go much better for you if it's with. Seeing that Posco would not be swayed, and realizing that the tree beings were more likely to tolerate his presence if he was with the holder of the silver acorn, Lotho reluctantly got to his feet. Together, the two hobbits followed their strange guides deeper into the old forest, through paths that seemed to open before them and close behind them, as if the very woods were directing their journey. The forest grew darker and more ancient as they walked, Shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy in places, illuminating motes of dust and pollen that danced in the air like tiny golden sprites. The ground beneath their feet became spongier, the air damper, and Posco began to sense that they were descending, moving not just forward, but downward, into the very heart of the forest. At last, after what seemed like hours of walking, they emerged into a vast clearing dominated by the largest oak tree Posco had ever seen. Its trunk was wider than a hobbit hole. Its branches spread like a canopy over the entire clearing, and its roots plunged into the earth around a circular stone structure that could only be the well from Posco's visions. The tree beings halted at the edge of the clearing, as if reluctant or unable to approach the great oak. Posco, with Lotho trailing nervously behind, stepped forward alone, the silver acorn glowing ever brighter in his little hand. As they approached the well, Posco could see that it was indeed ancient. Its stones, worn smooth by untold years of weather and slow, patient growth of the oak's roots. On the side of the well nearest them was a small hollow, perfectly sized to hold the silver acorn. Without hesitation, Posco placed the acorn into the hollow. For a moment, nothing happened. And then, with a sound like a long-held breath finally released, water began to bubble up from within the well. Clear and pure and abundant, spilling over the sides to nourish the thirsty earth below. It worked, Posco exclaimed, his face alight with joy. The well is flowing again. Even Lotho, despite his earlier fear and greed, couldn't help but be moved by the sight. It's beautiful, he admitted, watching the crystal clear water catch the dappled sunlight. The tree beings, too, seemed pleased. They swayed gently where they stood, a sound like distant singing emanating from their wooden forms. The great oak itself appeared to shiver with delight as the water flowed over and around its roots. Posco knelt by the well and cupped his little hands, bringing some of the water to his lips. And it was the coldest, sweetest water he had ever tasted. And as it flowed down his throat, he felt refreshed and renewed, as if he had been parched for far longer than he had realized. "We need to bring this water back to the Shire," he said, standing up with new determination. "We need to tell everyone about the well." To his surprise, Lotho nodded in agreement. "Yes," he said, and there was a note in his voice that Posco had never heard before. Something like humility. "You're right, Posco. This is more than any treasure I could have imagined." And so, with water skins filled to bursting, and hearts lighter than when they had entered the forest, the two hobbits began the journey home. The tree beings escorted them to the edge of the old forest, ensuring their safe passage. And as Posco turned to thank them, he thought he saw something like approval in their ancient amber eyes. When they returned to Hobbiton, they were met with disbelief, then wonder, as the tale of their adventure spread and the miraculous water was shared. A team of hobbits led by Posco and assisted by a newly humble Lotho dug a channel from the old forest to the Shire, carefully following the path shown to them by the tree beings. The water flowed freely, bringing life back to the parched land. And as for Posco's oak tree, it recovered its vitality as soon as the first drops of well water touched its roots. And when autumn came, again the following year, Posco noticed something remarkable. Among the regular acorns, his tree now produced a single silver one each season. Not magical like the first, but a reminder of the adventure and the lesson learned. Lotho, true to his word, abandoned his greedy ways and started a small garden of his own. It was modest compared to Posco's, but he tended it with care and genuine interest, discovering a satisfaction in growing things that all his wealth had never provided. And whenever drought threatened the Shire in the years that followed, hobbits would remember the tale of the silver acorn and how the generosity of one humble gardener had saved them all. Children would be told that if they listened very carefully on still autumn nights, they might hear the distant creaking of the tree guardians watching over the well that never ran dry, ensuring that the Shire would always have water when it needed it most. For as all hobbits know, the greatest treasures aren't gold or jewels, the simple gifts of food, water, and friendship. Treasures that, unlike material wealth, only grow more abundant when they are freely shared. Greetings, dear friends and fellow enthusiasts of the finer comforts of life. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mariadoc Brandybuck, though most simply call me Mary. As I sit here in the warm embrace of my snug hobbit hole in Buckland, the fire crackling merrily, and a fresh bowl of old Toby glowing gently in my pipe, I find myself pondering a subject close to my heart, and perhaps yours as well. Pipe smoking. Pipe smoking, you see, is more than a mere pastime here in the Shire. It's a cherished tradition, a companion in solitude, and a bond among friends. From the rolling hills of Hobbiton to the far reaches of Bree and beyond, the soft tendrils of pipe smoke have woven themselves into the very fabric of our stories and songs. It's a pleasure shared by hobbits, admired by dwarfs, pondered upon by wizards, and even appreciated by some among men. The purpose for this is to share with you the rich history and culture of pipe smoking in Middle-earth. We'll wander down well-trodden paths to discover how it all began, explore the variety of pipe weeds that grace our gardens, delve into the craftsmanship of our pipes, and perhaps share a tale or two along the way. Whether you're a seasoned smoker or simply a curious soul, I invite you to settle in, light your pipe if you have one, and join me on this aromatic journey through time and tradition in Middle-earth. Our tale begins, as many good tales do, with the humble endeavors of a hobbit. A hobbit whose curiosity changed the course of our leisurely pursuits. It is widely accepted that the art of pipe smoking was first cultivated by Tobold Hornblower of Longbottom in the South Farthing. Old Toby, as he was affectionately known, began growing a peculiar plant he called pipeweed in his gardens. Some say he obtained the seeds during his travels to Bree, or perhaps even farther south. The success of Tobalt's crop was nothing short of extraordinary. The leaves, when properly cured and prepared, produced a smoke, was smooth, fragrant, and altogether more pleasant than any herb tried before. Word spread quickly, of course, and soon hobbits from all corners of the Shire were eager to sample this new, strange delight. And so, the practice of pipe smoking took root in our culture, becoming a cherished pastime and a hallmark of Hobbit identity. As with many good things, the practice of pipe smoking could not be contained within the borders of the Shire for very long. Travellers and traders carried both the weed and the custom to nearby lands. The men of Bree were among the first outside our folk to take up pipe smoking, and it became a common sight in the prancing pony to see both hobbits and men sharing a pipe by the hearth. Dwarves, known for their appreciation of crafted comforts, were quick to adopt the practice as well. They found that a pipe eased the long journeys between their mountain halls and was a welcome companion in the deep places of the world. Even wizards, mysterious as they are, showed a great fondness for pipeweed. Gandalf the Grey, in particular, became renowned for his skill in blowing smoke rings and other fanciful shapes, much to the delight of onlookers. Elves, ever aloof, were less inclined toward pipe smoking, though a few who spent time among other races developed a quiet appreciation for it. The practice became a subtle bridge between cultures, a simple pleasure that spoke of peace, fellowship, and the shared enjoyment of life's small comforts. The pipeweed itself, the heart of our esteemed practice. Without it, our pipes would be lonely companions indeed. The cultivation of pipeweed is an art passed down through generations, and the Shire's climate and soil have proven to be particularly hospitable to this treasured plant. The most renowned regions for pipeweed growth lie in the South Farthing of the Shire, especially around the village of Longbottom. The fertile fields there, tended with the gentle care characteristic of hobbit farmers, produce leaves of exceptional quality. It's said that the morning mists and rich earth imbue the plants with their distinctive aroma and flavor. Beyond the Shire, the Breeland has also taken to growing pipeweed, though their crops often lack a particular sweetness found in South Farthing varieties. Some suggest it's the difference in soil, others the less meticulous tending by men compared to hobbits. Still, their efforts have contributed to the availability of pipeweed across Middle-earth. Over the years, several varieties of pipeweed have risen to prominence, each, of course, with its own loyal following. Allow me to share some insights into these beloved strains. Longbottom leaf, the original, and some might argue the finest of all pipeweeds, grown in the very fields where Tobold Hornblower first planted his seeds. Longbottom leaf is known for its smooth smoke and mellow flavor. It's a staple in the Shire and a favorite among connoisseurs who appreciate its balanced character. Old Toby, named in honor of Tobold Hornblower himself, Old Toby is a variety that has been carefully cultivated to enhance its natural sweetness. It carries a rich, full-bodied flavor with a hint of spice, making it a delightful choice for those special moments of reflection. Many a hobbit has found comfort in its familiar embrace after a long day's work. Southern Star, a rarer variety. Southern Star is prized for its delicate aroma and subtle nuances. Grown in select patches of the South Farthing, where the soil is said to be touched by starlight, or so the legend goes. It's a connoisseur's delight. Its scarcity adds to its allure, making it a sought-after treat for special occasions. South Lynch is a newer strain emerging from the fields near Bree. South Lynch has gained popularity among those seeking something different. It offers a fresher, more robust flavor with a hint of earthiness that speaks of its origins outside the Shire. While some traditionalists may turn up their noses, many adventurous smokers have welcomed it into their regular rotation. Now, the success of our pipeweed owes much to the diligent and loving care of hobbit farmers. traditional cultivation methods are as much a part of our heritage as the weed itself. In the early spring, seeds are sown in well-tilled soil, enriched with compost, and, some say, a touch of secret ingredients known only to the most esteemed growers. The young plants are tended daily, with careful attention paid to weeding and protection from pests, of course. Harvesting takes place in late summer, when the leaves have reached their fullest flavor. The timing must be just right. Too early, and the leaves lack depth. Too late, and they become harsh. The harvested leaves are then cured, a process involving drying them in special sheds, where they are hung and allowed to mature slowly. This curing process can take several weeks and is crucial to developing the characteristic flavors of each variety. Finally, the leaves are carefully sorted and packed, ready to bring joy to pipe smokers near and far. The entire process is a labor of love, requiring patience, knowledge, and a deep respect for the land. A fine pipe weed deserves a worthy vessel, and so we turn our attention to the pipes themselves. The crafting of a pipe is an art form, blending functionality with beauty and reflecting the character of both the maker and the user. Now, pipes can be made from a variety of materials, but the most cherished are carved from woods that offer both durability and a pleasant feel. Cherrywood and briar are popular choices among hobbits, prized for their ability to withstand heat and their natural aesthetics. The process begins with the selection of the right piece of wood, free from nuts and imperfections. Skilled artisans then shape the bowl and stem, often by hand, ensuring a comfortable grip and a smooth draw. The inside of the bowl is carefully hollowed to precise dimensions, allowing for an even burn of the pipe weed. Many pipes are adorned with carvings or inlays, reflecting the personal tastes of the owner or the signature style of the craftsman. It's not uncommon to see pipes embellished with leaves, acorns, or sometimes even seems from nature. While many hobbits have popularized pipe smoking, other races have embraced the practice and brought their own unique styles to pipe making. Hobbit pipes are known for their practicality and comfort. They often feature longer stems, allowing the smoke to cool before reaching the smoker's mouth. And they are designed for leisurely enjoyment. The simplicity of the design belies the care taken in their creation, with attention to balance and feel. The dwarves, with their love of sturdy craftsmanship, create pipes that are robust and often heavily ornamented. Made from dense woods or even metals like iron or brass, dwarven pipes might feature intricate geometric patterns or runes etched into their surfaces. They are built to last, much like the great halls of their mountain homes. While the crafting of pipes is a widespread skill among hobbits, certain artisans have gained a reputation for exceptional workmanship. My friend, Haman, is known for his finely carved pipes, made from cherry wood. Haman's creations are prized for their balance and the warmth of their grain. Oh, his pipes often feature subtle engravings of Shire landscapes, making each piece a work of art. As we consider the cultivation of pipeweed and the craftsmanship of pipe making, we see how the simple act of enjoying a pipe is supported by a tapestry of skills, traditions, and care. It's a reminder that even the smallest pleasures are woven from the contributions of many hearts and hands. Whether it's the farmer tending his crops under the morning Shire sun, the craftsman carving a pipe with patient dedication, or the smoker savoring the first draw of the day, each plays a part in this enduring tradition. And in that, perhaps, lies the true magic of pipe smoking in Middle-earth. A shared journey of simple joys brings us closer to the land and to one another. So the next time you light your pipe, take a small moment to appreciate not just the flavor of the leaf or the feel of the pipe, but the countless stories and labors that have brought them to you. There's a certain magic that happens when friends gather and the pipes are lit. The gentle glow of embers and the soft wisps of smoke curling into the air, and the shared silence or merry chatter all combine to create moments of a true fellowship of the smoke ring. Pipe smoking, in many ways, serves as a bridge between souls, a simple act that fosters connection without the need for grand gestures. In the Shire, it's very common to see hobbits sharing a pipe after a hearty meal or during a leisurely stroll through the countryside. It's a simple way to pause and appreciate the present, to savor not just the flavor of the pipe weed, but the company of good friends. The very act of lighting a pipe can be an invitation to others to join in, to sit a while and let the worries of the world drift away like smoke on the breeze. Among travelers, the pipe often becomes a symbol of camaraderie. When I journeyed beyond the borders of the Shire with my dear friends, there were countless times when the simple pleasure of a shared pipe brought comfort amidst uncertainty. In the quiet moments between adventures, a pipe offered a sense of normalcy and a reminder of home. Pipe smoking has found its way into various rituals and ceremonies across Middle-earth, each imbued with meaning and tradition. In the Shire, for instance, it's customary for a father to present his child with their first pipe upon coming of age. This gift symbolizes a step into adulthood and the responsibilities that come with it. The pipe is often handcrafted, sometimes passed down through generations, and is cherished as a personal heirloom. During festivals and celebrations, such as the annual harvest feast, communal pipe smoking is a highlight. Large gatherings of hobbits will light their pipes in unison, sending a cloud of fragrant smoke into the night sky. Collective sigh of contentment and gratitude for the bounty of the land. Elsewhere, among the dwarves, pipe smoking can be part of solemn ceremonies. Before embarking on a significant endeavor, dwarven leaders might share a pipe with their kin as a gesture of unity and shared purpose. It's a moment to steel their resolve and honor their commitments to one another. As with any cherished tradition, pipe smoking comes with its own set of etiquettes and customs that vary among cultures, but share common threads of respect and courtesy. In Hobbit society, it's considered polite to offer your pipeweed to others, especially if they are without their own. You see, sharing is a fundamental aspect of our way of life, and nothing embodies this more than passing around a pouch of old Toby among friends. When visiting another's home, it's customary to wait for the host to invite you to light your pipe. This simple act acknowledges their hospitality and sets a harmonious tone for the visit. Conversely, a host will often offer a selection of pipeweed to guests, a gesture of welcome and generosity. Among different races, being mindful of each other's customs is very important. For example, while dwarfs appreciate a hearty smoke, they may prefer robust blends that a hobbit might find slightly overwhelming. Offering a variety of pipeweed caters to everyone's tastes and shows good consideration. Respecting the pipeweed itself is also key. Pipes are personal items, and while sharing pipeweed is common, using another's pipe without permission is frowned upon indeed. Many pipes carry sentimental value, and handling them with care is a very good sign of manners. You should know by now that it goes without saying that hobbits hold a special place in the history of pipe smoking. For us, it's as natural as breathing and as integral to our daily lives as breakfast, and second breakfast for that matter. From the young to the old, the pipe is a constant companion, a source of comfort, and a symbol of our unhurried way of life. Some of the most famous Hobbit pipe smokers have become legends in their own right. Bilbo Baggins, my esteemed cousin, was known for his love of a good pipe on his front porch. Blowing smoke rings into the evening air as he pondered the adventures of his youth. Frodo carried on the tradition, finding solace in his pipe during the most trying times. Even Gandalf the Grey shared in our love for pipeweed. His skill in blowing smoke rings and ships that sailed on the breeze was truly a marvel to behold, and a delight to hobbits young and old. The men of Bree have embraced pipe smoking with enthusiasm. Thanks, I think, in no small part to their close ties with the Shire. The Bree folk have developed their own traditions, of course, often gathering in the common room of the Prancing Pony to share news, songs, and, of course, a good pipe. Their style tends to be more straightforward, favoring sturdy pipes and hearty blends of pipeweed. The exchange of pipe smoking customs between hobbits and men has, it must be said, enriched both cultures, fostering mutual respect and, of course, friendship. Further afield, in the realms of Gondor and Rohan, pipe smoking is less widespread, but not unheard of. Soldiers and travelers may carry a pipe as a small comfort from home. It's a practice that's slowly spreading, I think, carried by those who have journeyed and shared tales with hobbits and others. Dwarves have a deep appreciation for all things carved and crafted with skill, and pipes are no exception. Their pipes are truly masterpieces of metalwork and carving, often reflecting the grandeur of their subterranean halls. For dwarves, pipe smoking is both a personal pleasure and a communal activity. In the glow of their forge fires, or during rest periods in their labor, dwarfs will light their pipes and share the stories of old. The smoke mingles with the mists of their mountain homes, creating an atmosphere rich with history and camaraderie. The dwarven approach to pipeweed is robust, favoring blends that are strong and earthy. They often incorporate unique herbs found deep within the mountains, giving their pipeweed a distinct flavor not found elsewhere. Wizards are enigmatic beings, and their relationship with pipe smoking adds another layer to their mystique. Gandalf the Grey, in particular, was well known for his fondness of the practice. His ability to craft intricate smoke rings and shapes has been seen as a source of wonder and delight to many. for wizards, the pipe seems to serve as a tool for contemplation. It's not merely about the enjoyment of the smoke, but also about the meditative state it can induce. Watching Gandalf puff thoughtfully on his pipe, one gets the sense that he's communing with deeper truths. The smoke carrying his musings to realms unseen. Gandalf's influence has, perhaps unintentionally, elevated the status of pipe smoking among those who might otherwise overlook it. His visible enjoyment lends a certain gravitas to the practice, suggesting that there's wisdom to be found in quiet moments between puffs. Throughout my journeys beyond the Shire, the humble pipe has been a steadfast companion, providing comfort in unfamiliar lands and situations. I recall fondly evenings spent in Rivendell, where, after days of arduous travel, we could finally rest. While elves are not typically pipe smokers, the simple act of sitting by the campfire with a lit pipe brought a sense of normalcy and peace. One of my most cherished memories is from our time in the Fellowship. After the perilous journey through the mines of Moria, we found a moment of respite on the shores near Lothlorien. Though we respected the customs of the elves and refrained from smoking among the Malorn trees, camaraderie we shared in quiet conversation was reminiscent of evenings in the Shire. Later, during our stay at Isengard, after its downfall, Pippin and I were delighted to discover a store of Longbottom leaf among the provisions. Sharing a pipe amid the unexpected tranquility of the flooded ruins was a comfort beyond measure. Even Gimli joined us, his hearty laughter echoing as we exchanged tales and speculated on how such fine Shire pipeweed had found its way there. There was the time when Pippin, ever curious, wondered if an orc's helmet could serve as a makeshift pipe ball. Needless to say, the idea was quickly abandoned after Gimli pointed out the practical difficulties and general unpleasantness of such an endeavor. The light-hearted banter that followed lifted our spirits during a challenging part of our journey. Pipe smoking has often provided moments of solace and reflection, both for myself and my fellow hobbits. During our journey, the familiar ritual of lighting a pipe served as a tangible link to the Shire, no matter how far we wandered. In the darkest hours, a few precious leaves of pipeweed could rekindle our spirits and remind us of what we were fighting for. After returning to the Shire, we found that the cultivation of pipeweed had suffered during our absence due to the troubles brought on by outside forces. Reclaiming and restoring our fields became a symbol of healing and resilience. The community's efforts to revive this cherished tradition reinforced our connection to the land and to one another. The Shire has seen its share of troubles, especially during the time known as the Scouring of the Shire. The disruptions caused by Lotho, Sackville, Baggins, and the ruffians affected many aspects of our lives, including the cultivation of pipeweed. Fields were neglected or misused, and some of our precious stores were commandeered or destroyed. However, the resilience of hobbits shines brightest in adversity. After reclaiming our home, there was a concerted effort to restore the pipeweed fields, with many hands volunteering to till the soil and plant anew. Community came together, recognizing that preserving our traditions was essential to healing the wounds inflicted upon us. There is, recently, a renewed emphasis on passing down the knowledge of pipeweed cultivation and pipe making to younger generations. Festivals celebrating the planting and harvest have taken on greater significance, serving both as communal gatherings and educational opportunities. Elders share stories of the past, imparting not just teachings, but the values associated with our practices: patience, respect for the land, and the importance of simple joys. As we look to the future, there's a sense of cautious optimism. The world beyond the Shire is changing, and while we hobbits are not typically adventurous, there's an understanding that we are part of something larger. Perhaps, in time, more hobbits will venture out, carrying with them the traditions of the Shire, including our beloved pipe smoking. As I sit here, watching the last tendrils of smoke rise and dance in the evening breeze, I find myself enveloped in a sense of contentment. We've journeyed together through the rich history and culture of pipe smoking in Middle-earth, a journey that mirrors my own adventures beyond the borders of the Shire. It's remarkable how a simple practice can hold such profound meaning, weaving its way to so many lives and stories. Pipe smoking, to me, has always been more than a pastime. It's a bridge between the familiar comforts of home and the vast unknown. When I think back on the many faces I've met, be it the steadfast gaze of Aragorn, the keen eyes of Legolas, or the hearty laughter of Gimli, I recall that the moments shared over a lit pipe were some of the most genuine. They were times when titles and destinies faded, leaving only kindred spirits bound by friendship and a mutual appreciation for life's simplest pleasures. As we bring this to a close, I extend to you an invitation, a call to partake in this cherished tradition. Whether you're nestled in a cozy hobbit hole, traversing the open road, or simply seeking a moment of peace amidst the day's demands, may the pipe serve as a loyal companion. I encourage you to seek out the rich varieties of pipeweed, to appreciate the craftsmanship of a well-made pipe, and to embrace the rituals that have connected so many across the ages. Share a bowl with new friends and old. Swap stories beneath the stars. And let the simple act of pipe smoking enrich your days as it has mine. In this world filled with wonders and challenges, it's these humble joys that ground us, reminding us where we've come from and what truly matters. So here's to the embers that warm our hearts, the smoke that carries our dreams, and the fellowship that binds us all. May your journeys be safe, your burdens light, and your pipe ever glowing. Until we meet again. Mariadoc, Brandybuck. Dear listener, well, right from this old fine book of Hobbit folklore, I've dusted it off for you, so you might hear a tale or two from our own Shire. It's a tale most hobbits know, though few speak of it over ordinary supper, for it tells of strange and stirring things not often found on our side of the Brandywine. And though this is no mere fireside fancy, I'll ask you to settle in and lend me your ear, so that I may tell you the story of Rory-Mac Brandybuck, a young lad of uncommon courage and the curious adventure that changed him and those he left behind. It was once said that a few sons of all the respected families in the Shire, those lads who would one day inherit their father's lands and titles, once decided to set out together on a great fishing adventure. all along the glistening waters of the Brandywine River. They departed with laughter and cheer, their baskets packed with food and rods ready. But they never returned. It was 7 days later that word spread throughout the Shire, and soon a gathering of the heads of all Hobbit families was called at the Green Dragon Inn in Hobbiton. And they came from Hobbiton, Bywater, Buckland, Tuckborough, and even the far-off farms and villages of East Farthing. The family heads assembled, faces etched with worry, each glancing anxiously at the others, wondering what fate had befallen their beloved kin. And in the heart of the gathering stood Rory Mac Brandybuck, one of the lads who had set out on that fateful journey. He was the only one to return, and his face was pale and troubled. "Can it be that our sons are still alive?" asked Fortinbras Took, his voice unsteady with worry and dread. Alas, shame is my portion," replied Rory Mac. "I am the only one who made it back." The Hobbit saw that his left hand was bound with a cloak darkened by blood, and they knew then that he had not returned at great cost. "All are lost then?" demanded old Gamage of Buckland. "As true as I stand here," Rory Mac replied, with grief in his voice. "But how could this happen?" asked Holman Greenhill of Hobbiton. "What kind of creature could have taken our lads?" Rory Mac hesitated, his eyes shifting to Hazelwood, the wise woman of the Shire. She gave him a nod to continue. "Speak on, lad," Fortinbras Took said. Rory Mac took a steadying breath. "It was Tobald, son of my Lord Brandybuck, who called to us first. A pony had appeared, white as river foam, with a mane that gleamed in the morning sun. It looked gentle enough, whining softly and pawing at the riverbank as though it were waiting for us." The gathered hobbits murmured in amazement. "We had seen it as we walked along the Brandywine River, near Willow Bottom. There it was, just by the water's edge, like a vision. Tobald, you know, he had a fondness for ponies like no other, and he was the first to approach. 'Look at this fine creature,' he said, such joy in his eyes." Rory Mac paused. Some of the hobbits nodded, all remembering Tobald's great love for ponies. Speak on, Rory Mac, called Farmer Maggot. Though it pains us, we must all hear it. Well, Tobald held out his hand to the creature's muzzle, and it nuzzled him gently, like a pet long lost. And Tobald, eager as ever, urged us all to climb on for a ride. This is a fair creature, he said, and tame as you please. And so, one by one we mounted the creature's back, all the lads of the Shire, and it stood patiently, waiting as each of us climbed on. Last of all, they lifted me up, for I was just a farm hand, took the last place at the end. No sooner were we all settled than then the creature set off, pacing gracefully along the riverbank, and then Rory Mac paused, swallowing hard. It stepped onto the water itself. Stepped onto the water, Hazelroot said, her brows knitting. Yes, and it carried us as if the water was solid ground. Onward we went, swift as a shadow, across the Brandywine, flying toward the red gold setting sun. The water churned and glistened beneath us, but the creature's hoofs never sank a hair's breadth. There were startled murmurs from the gathered hobbits, for such things were well beyond the knowledge of the Shire. Did you not try to leap off? Asked Holman. We could not, Rory Mac replied, his face clouded with sorrow. Each of us was held fast to the creature, as though by some invisible bond. It never crossed our minds to jump. Our hands were stuck, unable to let go, as if bound by some spell. And that's when I knew this was no ordinary pony. The hobbits drew back in horror, and Rory Mac continued. The pony carried us through swirling currents, and through waves like wolves. The river grew deep and dark, and still we clung to its back, unaware of the danger. His face hardened. But I alone decided to act. I took out a small knife, and with it, I slashed at the fingers of my left hand, freeing myself from Tobald's shoulder in front of me. Just like that, the bond holding me to the creature broke. The room was silent. All eyes on Rory Mac's bound hand. And they saw now how he had freed himself at great cost. I leapt from the creature's back and plunged into the river, cold and deep, When I came up, I looked back and saw the creature, the lads still astride it, some of them still laughing, as though enchanted, and then Rory Mac's voice trembled. The creature vanished into the dark bend of Gaffer's Gulch, the deepest part of the Brandywine. Some say it's where spirits rest, but the world is thinnest and closest to the other side. Rory Mac hung his head, his last sight of his friends haunting his gaze. And so Rory Mac swam and swam, his limbs heavy and his breath coming in gasps, until the Brandywine's gentle current washed him ashore near Bucklebury. Weary and shaken, he made his way back, and eventually to the Green Dragon Inn, where the Shire's leaders now sat, listening. After he had recounted all that happened, silence fell upon the hobbits. Then, a strong voice broke through the quiet. "Surely this cannot be the end," cried Hazelroot, her white hair gleaming in the dim firelight as she rose to her little feet. Her gaze was fierce, and eyes full of conviction. Farmer Maggot gave a dry, mirthless chuckle. "And what would you have us do, wise Hazelroot?" "Face this wraith spell with some magic of our own," she replied. But old Gamage of Buckland shook his head. "And how do you suppose we outwit the magic of a creature as ancient as the Brandywine itself? Surely no hobbit can match such power. There's no reason to sit idle and mourn," Hazelroot countered. "You'd rather spend all your strength grieving than to stand and fight the curse that has claimed our lads." The family heads exchanged uncertain looks. Though her words were bold, they rang true, and no hobbit there wished to give up hope just yet. "The wise woman speaks true," declared Fortinbras Took, elder of Tookborough. "But what could we do? We'd no more dare cross into Gaffer's Gulch and sail into a storm. It's known to be full of shadows and deep churning waters." "Then send a message to old Oakwise," replied Hazelroot. "He dwells near the tallest tree of the old forest and knows many secrets." A murmur of doubt rippled through the gathering. Old Tom Cotton shaking his head. Oakwise the wizard would be of no help. There's no craft that could match this wraith's magic. "Indeed," sniffed Alfred Greenhill, until he has some trick for summoning back the spirits of the departed," he added briefly. "Even he cannot do that," agreed Farmer Maggot. "Once they've gone beyond the river's edge, no hobbit has ever returned from that place." "By the stars and stones of the Shire, I will go to see Oakwise," Rory Mac declared. He raised his head defiantly, his gaze meeting each doubting face. "You're all as timid as dormice, hiding behind hearth and hole, instead of facing the wraith that has claimed our lads. Do you care so little for them?" The heads of the families exchanged startled glances, taken aback by Rory Mac's fierce words. Yet none spoke against him, for his challenge stirred guilt and a sliver of courage within their hearts. "Brave lad, if you believe you can bring our kin back, then go and try," said Fortinbras Took. "But we shan't tell our wives and mothers, nor any soul who waits and grieves in the Shire. We cannot risk false hope. If this river spirit has its ear to our troubles, let it not hear that we plan its undoing." And so it was agreed among the hobbits. They kept their flicker of hope silent, allowing the townsfolk to mourn as if all were lost. For many days and nights, the Shire was filled with sorrow. Wails of lamentation echoed through Hobbiton and Bywater, rising like smoke in the still air. But Rory Mac, carrying the quiet resolve of the Shire, set off alone to the edges of the old forest, where the ancient wizard Oakwise awaited. It was not long before he found the Ancient One among the tall, twisted trees, his gaze sharp as he listened to Rory Mac's tale. "Trust is the first step, young Brandybuck," said Oakwise. "Trust. With trust and with faith, one may cross worlds and overcome even the deepest obstacles." Rory Mac hesitated, and he reached out his wounded hand, still wrapped in cloth. Oakwise took it, turning it gently under the boughs of his fingers. "See the cauldron by the fire?" he asked, gesturing towards a bubbling pot at the forest's edge. Rory Mac nodded. "Aye, I see it." "Place your hand into it. Have faith in me," said Oakwise. With a steadying breath, Orimac submerged his hand in the warm, fragrant waters of the cauldron. To his surprise, there was no pain. When he withdrew his hand, he found his fingers whole and his wound gone. "We will succeed," Orimac cried, marveling at the magic. "There is but one night in which to try," said Oakwise. "Soon comes the feast of harvest math, when the Shire passes from light into dark, and other worlds grow closer to our own. At midnight on that night, our chance will come, and the veil will lift for but an hour. Only then we may bring your friends home from the river's spirit's grasp." "And how shall we do it?" asked Orimac, full of both hope and wonder. The wizard pressed his lips, speaking slowly. "This is no easy task, and we may yet fail. But I shall come to the Brandywine's edge at the appointed hour. I will stretch my hands over the waters and call upon the river spirits to return the souls it has taken. It will be my strength against the pull of their world, and all will depend on that contest." And so, Orimac returned to the Shire, and though he shared Oakwise's words with the elders, he did not tell the fair Esme Took, the young sister of his dearest friend lost, Marmaduke. Esme, with her golden hair and kind eyes, was cherished in the Shire as a bright and gentle spirit. Orimac and Esme had always been like family, close in the way of brother and sister, though Rorimac's heart belonged to her cousin, Ivy. Esme had grown up with the lads of the Shire. She felt the weight of their loss keenly, though she found herself unable to fully mourn, for she too was in love. You see, just before these sorrowful days, one fine morning, as she sat by the Brandywine, watching the birds dip and play in the warm sun, she encountered a strange-looking young hobbit wandering along the river bank. He was dressed in a crisp white shirt and a green cloak, fine enough to catch her eye. His skin was pale as moonlight, his eyes a soft shade of green, and his hair as fair as the foam dancing on the river's edge. Esme, lost in thought, had been singing an old tune of unrequited love. She she gazed across the water. She sang, "Cold are the nights I cannot sleep. Restless are the nights when no rest will come. Thinking of you, my dear love, dreaming of days when you were near. Now I sit here, all alone." "A sorrowful song, sweet lady," said the young man. "You've brought a tear to my cheek." Esme's heart filled with tenderness as she saw the sadness in his gaze. He sat down beside her, his handsome face shadowed with sorrow. "It is not a song from my own heart," she murmured, looking down. "Yet the feeling of it is true." Then, hesitantly, she reached forward. "Let me wipe that tear from your cheek, if it will ease your spirit." Now, this was a bold request, and yet Esme was not in the least upset by it. Indeed, she felt strangely compelled to bring him comfort. She leaned forward and, as gently as she could, brushed the tear from the stranger's face. But as her fingers moved away, the tear clung to her hand, and as she moved it to her chest, it dropped onto her breast, just over her heart. For a fleeting moment, it felt warm and oddly soothing. She looked at the mysterious young man with a softness she hadn't felt before. "Sweet stranger," she murmured, "may I know your name?" "Why, yes. I am called many names, but I like Glasfin, master of the river deeps," he replied. "Yes, I am that spirit. Do you fear me?" "Not I," Esme replied, though a strange shiver ran through her. Deep inside, she sensed there was something otherworldly about him. But the tear's magic was already at work. For the drop of a river spirit's tear binds a heart to the one who shed it. "You are mine, Esme," Glasfin declared softly. "The beat of your heart mirrors the throb of my river's flow. From that day on, each morning, Esme met Glasfin at the riverbank, where they whispered their vows, spoke of things only lovers know. They parted each evening in secret, but Glasfin always seemed anxious at sunset, hurrying away as the day faded. Should Should you ever find me sleeping when the sun draws near the horizon, Glasfin warned her, wake me and send me back to the river. One late afternoon, Esme lay in Glasfin's arms by the river bank. They had drifted off to sleep together under the sun's warmth. But when Esme awoke, she saw the sun dipping low, close to the far hills. She turned to her beloved, who lay deep in sleep, his handsome face calm and peaceful. Feeling it would be a shame to wake him, she gently sang a soft lullaby, hoping he would rest a little while longer. As she reached to brush back his silken hair, her hand paused, for the once silken strands felt cold and slimy. Her heart froze. She looked down to see that the figure in her arms had transformed. It was no longer a young man, but a strange creature, pale and glistening with slime, its mane like river weed flowing over its neck. Hoofed feet lay where hands had once held her. One of the creature's front hoofs was entangled in her braid, binding her to it. Panic filled her as she realized the truth. With trembling hands, she felt for her knife, swiftly cutting through the braid to free herself. She left the twisted hair in the creature's grasp and slipped away into the gathering dusk. The magic of the river spirit's tear had broken within her once she saw Glasfin for what he truly was. She now understood the truth, that love between the worlds was impossible, that the river belonged to its own mysteries, and she to her quiet shire. The sorrow of her revelation made her realize, too, the fate of the lads taken by the river. For days, she sat alone, her heart heavy with the thought of her lost friends. The tale of how the river spirit had claimed them spread through the Shire, bringing a grief to all who heard it. Each morning, the river's call seemed to haunt her. Yet, no longer did she feel bound to it. She had broken free. Then, one day, Esme steeled her heart and resolved to confront the river spirit, to learn the fate of her friends. She answered the river's call, returning to the bank where they had once met. in the dim morning light stood Glasfin in his fair hobbit guise, strong and handsome as he had ever seemed. "I'm glad you've come, my dear," Glasfin said as Esme approached. "I've shed tears for you these past few days. See here," he murmured, turning his cheek to show her the sparkling drops that clung to his skin. "Wipe them away for me, please." But Esme folded her arms across her chest. "I know your ways, spirit of the river." Glasfin's eyes, green as the rushing water, shone with a pleading light. "I need you, mortal maiden. There is no other love I seek but yours." Esme felt a strange pull, a whisper of longing for his cool, magical presence. But she stood her ground. "If you do love me, river spirit, then you must offer me a gift." "A gift?" he asked, raising an elegant brow. "And what would you ask of me, fair Esme?" "The safe return of the young hobbits you took from us." Glasfin let out a deep, sorrowful sigh. "You shall ask not in vain, beloved Esme," he said softly. "Though your heart is distant, I will think about granting this to you." In an instant, Glasfin took his true form, a beautiful, stunning white pony, mane flowing like river reeds in the breeze. With a mighty rear, he rose on his hind legs and then galloped across the sands and onto the river, his form fading like mist over the water as he disappeared toward the setting sun. "May you find some peace, spirit of the Brandywine," Esme whispered. Now, as was known among the Shire folk, Rory MacBrandybuck was himself deeply enamored, not with Esme, but with her cousin Ivy, a lass known for her charms and her ever-fickle nature. Vanity was as natural to Ivy as her curls, for her father doted upon her and given her that very name. She was visiting Esme at the time, and though Rory Mac's heart beat for her, Ivy paid him little attention, preferring the company of many young hobbits, delighting in their attentions as a bird might playfully dart among blossoms. She was as swift to catch a heart as to toss it aside, and though Rory Mac was wounded by her careless manner, Esme felt his sorrow keenly, understanding his plight as only one who had known the bite of sorrow in love could. Rory Mac and Esme had been close since childhood, and he was dear to her as a brother. And so the Shire soon prepared for the Harvest Math feast, a celebration that marked each year. As the ancient tales went, the black of night would come before dawn. Chaos would fall before order, and winter's quiet death before spring's bright rebirth. One evening, just before the Harvest Math festival, Esme gently nudged her cousin Ivy, and she said, "Rory Mac cares for you deeply, you know." Ivy gave a sly, self-satisfied smile. "Well, I'd hope so. Many hobbits care for me, Esme," she replied, a spark of pride in her voice. Wouldn't it be wise to answer his earnest plea and settle down, so that the year's end brings a fine beginning? Esme suggested. "Don't be foolish, cousin," Ivy scoffed, tossing her curls. "There's time yet for all that. Plenty of hobbits catch my fancy, and I'm in no rush. I'll wait until the great lord comes calling. Fine lass like me shouldn't settle for just any hobbit, let alone a lowly farmhand like Rory Mac." And so, on the night before Harvest Math's Eve, as hobbits readied their tables and lanterns, Rory Mac took a chance and asked Ivy one last time if she'd be his. Ivy's response was unchanged. "I'll wait for a grander hobbit than you, Rory Mac. One with more to offer." And so, he left her be. Meanwhile, deep beneath the churning waters of the Brandywine, where the stream flowed swift and dark, Glasfin the river spirit stirred in his cold palace. He went to his high seat of stone, gazing out upon his watery realm. By his side was Greymane, a wise old river seal, and Glasfin's oldest companion, who had seen many a hobbit pass along the river banks above. "Tonight is the eve of Harvest Math," Greymane ventured, his whiskers bristling in the current. "This I know," Glasfin replied. Greymane tilted his head. "The maiden Esme, she still holds a place in your heart, does she not?" Glasfin's deep green eyes glimmered. "She does indeed. But I fear she has truly cast me aside. Though Perhaps I was wrong to seek her love, Greymane. She is nothing like her cousin, Ivy. Ivy draws the love of lads and drains them dry of their joy. Had my tears fallen upon Ivy's heart, she would have no spirit to challenge my hold. But such a love would be hollow, like that of a statue, Glasfin murmured. Greymane gave a wise, knowing nod, then raised his fin and called upon the river spirits to prepare their master. From every bend of the Brandywine they came, other water spirits, each bowing before Glasfin on his high throne. They smoothed his silken hair of moonlight silver, draped him in robes of river green weed, and fastened his glistening jewels upon his chest and wrists. At last, Glasfin rose from his throne and addressed the river folk. Tonight, I will bring Ivy here as my mortal servant. Greymane gave a thin smile. Then Glasfin the river spirit called upon his kin, the water nymphs and river folk. He also summoned forth his blade of souls, a weapon that could pierce the hardest heart and touch the deepest part of one's spirit without a single drop of bloodshed. With the cloak draped about his shoulders, the blade sheathed at his side, Glasfin ascended swiftly from the dark waters to the world of hobbits and light. By now the festival had begun, and the hobbits were in full swing. Rory Mac, preparing for his journey to the world beyond, felt a pang in his heart for Ivy. Around him, some fiddles were tuning up, and the hobbit lasses were clapping and humming their lively harvest songs. Already, the dancers were swirling in merry circles, and a warm glow of candlelight and laughter filled the hall. Ivy, resplendent in her finest festival clothes, stood at the center, drawing admiring glances from all around. Rory Mac approached her with hopeful eyes. "I must be leaving soon," he said. "But before I go, may I have one dance?" Seeing no hobbit more charming at the moment, Ivy gave him a pleased smile. "Well, I suppose I can spare a dance for you, Rory Mac," she said, with a playful pout. They had barely begun the dance when the door of the hall swung open. In stepped a stranger. He crossed the room with a graceful air, moving towards Ivy with a purpose that made her heart flutter. Ignoring Rory Mac entirely, he bowed low before Ivy, who blushed prettily in response. "Dance with me, fair lady," said Glasvin, "for I have never seen a maid as lovely in all my wide realm." Without hesitation, Ivy took his hand, letting Rory Mac fall to the side, anger simmering on his face. Just then, Esme rushed to Rory Mac's side. "Don't waste your temper on her," she murmured. "She follows her nature. None can change it. But beware. That foolish girl is dancing with no ordinary hobbit." Rory Mac and Esme watched as Ivy and the handsome hobbit spun across the floor. Glasvin smiled down at Ivy, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly light, and with every step he seemed to draw her deeper under his spell. "You are so lovely, my dear, that I scarce can draw breath each time I gaze upon you," murmured Glasvin. His spirit eyes fixed upon Ivy's face. Ivy smiled, basking in his words, for she was well used to hearing such praises from young lads and travellers alike. But here stood a figure so dreamlike, so lord-like, no doubt with riches and honours beyond measure. "Will you wed me, fair maid, so that my heart may know its peace at last?" said the river spirit. Ivy's heart leapt with excitement, but she was not without a shrewd side. "Such a question cannot be answered so swiftly," she replied with a teasing smile. Glasvin chuckled, a rich, rolling laugh. "Then I shall wait for you until the midnight hour, when I must return to my own realm. Meet me by the Brandywine's edge, where the willows dip their branches," he said, and having finished their dance, he kissed her hand and strode away into the shadows. Ivy was nearly trembling with joy at the thought of her grand prospects as she returned to where Rory Mac stood with Esme by his side, his expression dark with worry. Still lurking about, she sneered lightly at Rory Mac. "I thought you had plans to leave right after this dance." "So I do," he replied, "but I stayed on to warn you, Ivy, from a danger no hobbit could bear." Ivy laughed heartily. "How dramatic you sound, Rory Mac. Is it that you're jealous of that hobbit?" "That hobbit," Rory Mac's voice. "He's no hobbit of these lands. He's the spirit from the waters who has taken our folk, body and soul. He is Glasfin, the river spirit. Ivy looked at him with disdain, crossing her arms. Jealousy has clouded your mind, little Rory Mac, that you tell such tales. Still, I suppose it's natural. Many would say anything just for my smile. He speaks true, Esme interrupted. Glasfin he is, and he is no friend to mortals. Ivy sneered at both of them. Two peas in a pod you are, both spreading foolish stories. He is the hobbit I have always dreamed of, she declared, proudly before turning and sweeping away in a flourish. Later that night, the moon reached its full. Ivy made her way down to the banks of the Brandywine River, where her hobbit awaited her, looking more stately and beautiful than ever in the silver light. I knew you'd come, he greeted her with a warm smile. And I thought well on your offer, Ivy said sweetly. Though many have sought my hand, it is yours I shall accept. Glasfin laughed softly, as if amused by her response. I knew you would accept, dear Ivy. He took her hand, and from his cloak drew a curious ring, fashioned of twisted river stone, which he slipped onto her finger. Now, you are bound to me forever. The words sounded deep and final, like a bell tolling in the cold night, and Ivy felt a shiver pass through her. But it was a fleeting discomfort, for she was too thrilled by her new fortune to dwell on it. Glasfin took her by the hand, and before Ivy could protest, she found herself lifted onto the back of a broad, chill white pony. From its back, she heard Glasfin's laughter, sharp, like a stream rushing over winter stones. Before she could catch her breath, the pony surged forward, racing across the moonlit waters of the Brandywine. Eerie sounds swirled around her, strange and mournful, as if all the forest creatures had joined in a dirge. Ivy clung desperately to her captor. Her cry is lost in the howl of the river's rushing depths. But just above her, Rory Mac stood upon the gentle hill crest, beside the old wizard Oakwise, the ancient keeper of the woodland. Along with the silent company of all the hobbit elders who had lost their sons to Glasfin's watery domain. Oakwise raised his voice in a resonant chant, rich with the cadence of the old tongue. His words carrying over the hills, down through the forest, and across the Brandywine. When his chant concluded, he fell silent. The Brandywine rose in sudden fury, its waters churning and thrashing, casting waves upon the shore as thunder crackled and lightning forked across the sky. Startled waterfowl soared upward, their cries lost in the storm's roar. At last, a mighty wave rose higher than ever before, rolling forward until it broke the riverbanks beneath the hills of Buckland. And there, spread along the muddy banks, lay the missing sons of the Hobbit clans, safe at last, stirring as if from a long enchanted slumber. Below the river's surface, the spirits of the waterfolk dwell and watch the world above. Glasfin let out a rumbling laugh. In the days that followed, Oakwise was honoured across the Shire. His name was spoken with awe from Hobbiton to the far reaches of Buckland, and he was given a cosy home by the Brandywine, where sometimes he would visit contentedly. And as for Rory Mac, who had shown uncommon courage and loyalty, he was no longer merely a companion, but was granted a place of high regard among his folk. Hobbits from far and wide honoured him. He was showered with tokens for their gratitude. Over time, Rory Mac and Esme's friendship grew into a deep affection. Not the fiery passion of the young, but a steady, enduring fondness, rooted in companionship, loyalty, and a mutual respect that blossomed over the years. But deep beneath the Brandywine's swirling depths, Glasfin cast a single, sorrowful tear when he learned of their happiness. Turning back to his realm, he cast a lingering look upon Ivy, now bound to his service. "Do not tarry in your task," he murmured, "for our work stretches on. We have 1,000 years before rest finds you." And Ivy, once proud and heedless, bowed her head in humble obedience to her river husband. Greetings, dear friends and fellow enthusiasts of the finer pleasures in life. I am Samwise Gamgee, though most simply call me Sam. As I sit here in my cozy kitchen at Bag End, with fresh-baked scones cooling on the windowsill, and a pot of tea steeping by the hearth, I find myself pondering a subject that lies at the very heart of hobbit life. Our meals and the joy they bring. You see, for us hobbits, food is far more than mere sustenance. It's the thread that weaves through every moment of our days, the cornerstone of our celebrations, and the comfort that sees us through both good times and ill. From the first rays of sunrise illuminating our breakfast tables, to the last crumbs of supper being cleared away by candlelight. Our lives are measured not in hours, but in meals shared and dishes savored. I've had the unique privilege of experiencing foods from across Middle-earth, from the delicate elvish breads of Rivendell to the hearty stews of Gondor's kitchens. Yet, in all my travels, I found that nothing quite compares to the simple pleasures of a well-stocked hobbit pantry and the satisfaction of a properly planned day of meals. It's a wisdom passed down through generations, as much a part of our heritage as the rolling hills of the Shire itself. The importance of meals in our culture cannot be overstated. A hobbit's kitchen is the heart of their home, their pantry a source of pride, and their table a gathering place where friendship blooms and family bonds strengthen. We mark our most significant moments with feasts, celebrate our daily lives with multiple meals, and show our love through the careful preparation of favorite dishes. Whether it's a humble breakfast shared between friends or an elaborate celebration with hundreds of guests, food is how we hobbits express our joy in life and our care for one another. The purpose of this humble guide is to share with you the rich culinary traditions of the Shire and beyond. We'll explore the rhythm of our daily meals, delve into the secrets of our most treasured recipes, and perhaps share a tale or two of memorable feasts along the way. Whether you're a curious member of the big folk or a young hobbit eager to learn our ways, I invite you to pull up a chair, help yourself to a freshly baked scone, and join me on this gastronomic journey through the tastes and traditions of Middle-earth. The fundamentals of hobbit dining, the 7 daily meals. The cornerstone of hobbit life, and perhaps the most misunderstood aspect of our culture by outsiders, is our dedication to the proper observance of 7 daily meals. While some races may consider this excessive, I've seen many an elf raise their eyebrow at the mere mention. I assure you that each meal serves a vital purpose in maintaining the fabric of our society. First comes breakfast, taken just as the sun begins to warm the morning dew on our garden herbs. A proper breakfast involves fresh bread, eggs still warm from the henhouse, mushrooms if we're fortunate, and perhaps a rasher or two of bacon. It's a meal meant to gently wake both body and spirit. Second breakfast follows when the sun has properly risen, typically featuring heartier fare, perhaps leftover meat pies, cold ham, or freshly baked scones with cream. This meal prepares us for the day's activities, whether that's tending the gardens or conducting business in the market. Elevenses arrives, as its name suggests, at 11 o'clock sharp. A lighter meal of tea cakes, biscuits, and perhaps a bit of fruit and cheese. It bridges the considerable gap between second breakfast and lunch. Many a day in the Shire has been struck over elevenses. The comfortable informality of the meal lending itself well to pleasant negotiation. Lunch is arguably our most social meal of the day. Friends and relatives often drop by, announced or not, knowing they'll find a welcoming table set with cold meats, fresh bread, pickles, and perhaps a nice meat and mushroom pie if they're fortunate. It's not uncommon for lunch to stretch well into the afternoon. Afternoon tea, while lighter than other meals, is no less important. It provides a much-needed respite from the day's labors, offering a moment of contemplation over delicate sandwiches, sweet cakes, and of course, a properly brewed pot of tea. Dinner is our most substantial meal, typically featuring roasted meats, multiple vegetables from the garden, savory pies, and hearty soups or stews. It's a time for families to gather and share the day's stories, often lasting several hours as multiple courses are served and enjoyed. Supper, the day's final meal, is a lighter affair, taken just before bed. Perhaps some bread and cheese, a bowl of stewed fruit, or leftover cake from tea time. It ensures peaceful dreams and a good night's sleep. The significance of mealtimes. These meals are more than mere occasions for eating. They are the very timepieces by which we hobbits measure our days. Each meal creates a natural pause in daily activities, a moment to reflect, restore, and reconnect with family and friends. The regularity of these meals provides structure to our lives and comfort in their predictability. In times of celebration or hardship alike, maintaining proper meal times helps preserve the order and stability so cherished in Hobbit society. Even during my travels far from the Shire, I found great solace in observing these meal times whenever possible, each one a small reminder of home. Proper dining etiquette. While we hobbits may be known for our hearty appetites, we maintain certain standards of behavior around food that mark us as a civilized people. It's considered proper to wait for all guests to be served before beginning, though the host may encourage early starting to prevent food getting cold, which would be a terrible waste indeed. Second helpings are not only acceptable, but expected. Failing to take seconds might suggest to your host that the food was not to your liking. However, one should always leave room for dessert, as declining a specially prepared pudding or tart could cause genuine distress to any Hobbit cook who has labored over it. Conversation during meals is very much encouraged, though one should take care not to become so engrossed in talk that the food grows cold. And while we appreciate good food with enthusiasm, it's considered poor form to reach across others for dishes. Simply asking them to be passed is much more acceptable. The Shire's culinary heritage. Traditional dishes. The heart of Hobbit cooking lies in our traditional dishes, recipes passed down through generations with the same care and reverence as family histories. These beloved preparations represent not just our taste for good food, but the very essence of Hobbit culture. Comfort, hospitality, and the joy of sharing. Pride of place must be given to our mushroom dishes. There's nothing quite like a properly prepared mushroom pie, stuffed with hand-foraged fungi from our secret spots, which, you'll understand, I cannot divulge here. Whether sautéed in butter with herbs, baked into savory tarts, or simmered in rich cream sauces, mushrooms feature prominently in our most treasured recipes. Our meat pies deserve special mention. Golden crusted masterpieces filled with tender meat, root vegetables, and rich gravy. Every family has their own closely guarded recipe, though the basic principles remain the same. Slow cooked meat, plenty of mushrooms, and a crust that's both sturdy and delicate. My own family's recipe includes a splash of dark ale through the gravy, though some consider this rather adventurous. Then there's our breads. Oh, the breads! From simple hearth loaves to intricate braided festival breads. Baking is a daily ritual in most Hobbit homes. Seed cake, a particular favorite of my old friend Bilbo's, represents the perfect balance between sweet and savory, while our honey-glazed rolls are a staple at every proper breakfast table. Regional specialities. Just as each part of the Shire has its own character, so too does it have its own distinctive dishes. In Hobbiton, we're known for our particularly fine pork pies and mushroom soups, owing to the excellent fungi that grow in the nearby woods. The Michael Delving kitchens produce the finest pastries in all the Shire. Their cream horns and fruit tarts being the highlight of any market day. The Tooks of Tuckborough are famous for their apple dishes, their orchards producing fruit that makes for unparalleled pies and tarts. They also make a remarkable cider that's much sought after, especially during harvest festivities. In Buckland, where my friend Mary hails from, they have a particular way with river fish, preparing it with herbs that grow along the Brandywine's banks. Their smoked fish is traded throughout the Shire, and their fish pies are nothing short of legendary. Seasonal celebrations. Our culinary calendar follows the turning of the seasons as faithfully as any farming almanac. Spring brings the first fresh greens and early mushrooms, celebrated in our spring festival with light pies and tender salads. The return of fresh herbs is particularly welcomed after winter's preserved fare. Summer sees our tables groaning under the weight of fresh vegetables, berries, and the first new potatoes. The midsummer feast is perhaps our most elaborate seasonal celebration, with tables set up under the party tree, laden with every imaginable dish. Autumn is a time of abundance and preservation. The harvest feast showcases the best of the year's crops, with special attention paid to pumpkin pies, apple tarts, and roasted root vegetables. It's during this time that every hobbit hole is busy with the work of pickling, preserving, and preparing for the winter. Winter brings its own delights. Hearty stews, roasted meats, and the preserved bounty of autumn. The Yule feast is particularly special, featuring traditional dishes that have been prepared the same way for generations. My personal favorite is the mulled wine and spiced apple cake that marks this festive season. Gardens and ingredients. Essential Hobbit garden components. No proper hobbit hole is complete without its garden. And I say this, not just as a gardener by trade, but as one who understands the deep connection between growing food and truly appreciating it. The most important part of any hobbit garden is its organization, a place for everything, and everything in its proper place. Every garden worth its soil must have a proper herb section, typically closest to the kitchen window for easy gathering. Thyme, sage, rosemary, and mint are essential, though I've found that in my old gaffer's arrangement of planting them according to how often they're needed makes the most sense. Parsley, being used daily, belongs right on the kitchen steps. The vegetable plots are the heart of the garden. Potatoes deserve the most space and the best soil, being the foundation of many a fine meal. Carrots, peas, beans, and cabbages each need their own dedicated areas, with proper room for rotation year to year. And let's not forget the tomatoes, which require the sunniest spot and constant attention, but reward us with unparalleled flavor. Harvesting and storage. The art of harvesting is as important as the growing itself. Take potatoes, for instance. Harvesting too early gives you weak-skinned tubers that won't store very well. Too late, and you risk them getting touched by frost. I've learned, sometimes the hard way, that waiting until the plants have fully died back yields the best results. Root vegetables, like carrots and parsnips, can be left in the ground through the first frost. It makes them sweeter, though you'll want to mark their locations well. Onions and garlic need to be pulled when their tops begin to fall, and dried thoroughly in well-ventilated space before storage. A proper root cellar is essential for any hobbit hole. The key is maintaining steady temperature and humidity. Too dry, and your vegetables will shrivel. Too damp, and they'll rot. Different vegetables require different conditions. Potatoes like it dark and cool. Onions need it dry. And apples should be kept separate, as they can cause other vegetables to ripen too quickly. The art of preserving. Preserving the garden's bounty is a time-honored tradition that keeps our pantries well stocked through the winter. Every hobbit worth their salt knows how to make preserves, strawberry jam for breakfast, pickled onions for lunch, and chutney for cheese and cold meats. The secret to good preserving lies in timing and patience. Fruit must be caught at its peak of ripeness. Vegetables at their freshest. Rush the process, and you'll end up with mediocre results. Take your time, follow the old ways, and your pantry will be the envy of the neighborhood. Foraging in the Shire. Beyond our garden walls lies a wealth of wild ingredients that add variety and excitement to our tables. Mushrooms, of course, are the most prized foraged food, though I'll not reveal my favorite spots, as any proper hobbit knows such information is more precious than gold. Spring brings wild garlic in the woods, perfect for stews and soups. Summer offers blackberries, along with the hedgerows and wild herbs in the meadows. Autumn is the season for nuts, hazelnuts and chestnuts particularly, and late mushrooms if you know where to look. The key to successful foraging is respect, both for nature and for your fellow hobbits' traditional foraging grounds. Never take more than you need, and always leave enough for the plants to regenerate. And most importantly, never eat anything unless you're absolutely certain of what it is. A lesson my old gaffer drummed into me from an early age. Food beyond the Shire. Different cultures. Having had the remarkable fortune, or misfortune, depending on when you ask me, to travel far beyond the Shire's borders, I've experienced firsthand diverse culinary traditions of Middle-earth's people. Each race approaches food in their own unique way, reflecting their culture and way of life. The elves of Rivendell, for instance, prepare food that seems to capture the very essence of their immortal nature. Their bread is unlike anything found in the Shire. Light yet sustaining, with a subtle sweetness that reminds one of honey and starlight, if starlight had a taste. Their vegetables seem to retain the crispness of the moment they were picked, and their wines, well, let's just say they make our finest vintages seem like a common table drink. Then, there's the remarkable lembas bread of the elves of Lothlorien. A single bite can keep a traveller going for hours, though I must admit it lacks the comfort of a proper hobbit-made seed cake. Still, its practical value cannot be denied, especially on long journeys. Dwarven cuisine is as robust and hearty as the dwarfs themselves. Their meat is often heavily spiced and slow roasted, their bread dense and filling. They have a particular talent for preserving food. Their salted meats and pickled vegetables can last for months in their mountain halls. They brew particularly strong ales too, though they're a bit heavy for hobbit tastes. The men of various regions each have their own specialities. In Rohan, they prepare horse plains fare, hearty stews, and roasted meats with wild herbs. The people of Gondor have more elaborate dishes, often incorporating exotic spices from the south. Even the simple foods of Bree have their own charm, though they're a bit plain compared to Shire cooking. Travel food. Long journeys beyond the Shire's border taught me much about the art of traveling with food. It's quite different from planning a walking holiday to Buckland, I can tell you. The key is finding the balance between carrying enough to satisfy a hobbit's proper needs and not being too weighed down to run when necessary. A circumstance I found myself in far too often. Dry meats, hard cheese, and whey bread become precious commodities on the road. Cram, while nowhere near as pleasant as lembas, serves its purpose when fresh food is scarce. I learned to appreciate the simple pleasure of dried fruit and nuts, though I never quite got used to going without second breakfast. Notable meals. Some meals, whether magnificent or humble, stand out in my memory as particularly significant. The feast in Rivendell upon our first arrival remains one of the most elegant dining experiences of my life. The tables seemed to glow with their own light, laden with dishes that combined the best of elvish cuisine with more familiar fare for their hobbit guests. The simple meal shared with Faramir's men in Ithilien, though basic, was made memorable by the addition of herbs I'd never encountered before. They had a way of cooking rabbit that, while not up to the Shire standards, certainly made the best of what was available. One cannot forget the feast following the coronation of King Elessar. The kitchens of Minas Tirith produced dishes that combined the finest traditions of Gondorian cooking with delicacies from all corners of Middle-earth. Even the most particular hobbit would have found nothing to complain about, though I did note the conspicuous absence of mushrooms in many dishes. Most memorable, though, was the first proper meal back in the Shire after our long journey. After tasting the foods of kings and elves, there was nothing quite like home cooking. Proof, if any were needed, that while other races may have their own culinary arts, hobbits understand better than most the true meaning of good food. The social aspects of dining, birthdays and celebrations. In the Shire, birthdays hold a special place in our hearts, not just for the giving of gifts, though that's clearly important, but for the magnificent feasts that accompany them. Unlike the customs of other races, we hobbits believe the birthday holder should provide the feast and presents for their guests, a tradition that ensures regular celebrations throughout the year. A proper birthday feast requires careful planning, often beginning weeks in advance. The menu must be thoughtfully crafted to include both traditional favorites and a few special dishes to make the occasion memorable. My old friend Bilbo's farewell party remains legendary, not just for its spectacular ending, but for its incredible spread. Tables groaning under the weight of every delicacy imaginable, from roasted meats to towers of fruit tarts. The key to a successful birthday celebration lies in the pacing of courses. One must ensure that guests have ample opportunity to sample everything, while maintaining enough appetite to properly appreciate each dish. It's considered quite rude to serve the best dishes too early, when guests are too hungry to savor them, or too late, when they're too full to do them justice. Market days and festivals. Market days in the Shire are as much about socializing as they are about trade. The air fills with the aroma of freshly baked goods, sizzling sausages, and brewing tea. Farmers bring their finest produce. Bakers display their most impressive creations, and everyone gathers to sample, critique, and trade recipes. Festival times bring special treats: hot cross buns at Spring Festival, berry pies at Midsummer, and mulled cider at Yule. These celebrations mark the turning of seasons through our most beloved dishes, bringing the community together in shared appreciation of good food and company. Pub culture. The local pub, whether it's the Green Dragon, the Golden Perch, or the Ivy Bush, serves as more than just a place to enjoy a half pint. It's where news is exchanged, stories are shared, and friendships are strengthened over plates of hearty pub fare. Each establishment has its specialities. The Green Dragon's beef and mushroom pie is particularly noteworthy, and its own particular atmosphere. Evening gatherings at the pub follow their own rhythm, with regulars arriving at their accustomed times, taking their usual seats and ordering their preferred dishes. It's a comfortable sort of routine that helps maintain the social fabric of our communities. Hosting and hospitality. Hospitality is the cornerstone of Hobbit society, and nowhere is this more evident than in our approach to hosting. A good host must always be prepared for unexpected visitors, is why we maintain well-stocked pantries. Even a simple afternoon visit requires at least a pot of tea and something freshly baked. The art of hosting involves careful attention to your guests' preferences, remembering that the Bolgers prefer their tea strong, while the Tooks take honey in theirs, or the Brandybucks are particularly fond of blackberry tarts. These small considerations show care and respect, marking the difference between mere feeding and true hospitality. Kitchen wisdom. Every proper hobbit kitchen must be well equipped, for the right tool can make the difference between a good meal and a memorable one. The heart of any kitchen is its hearth and oven, of course, but it's the smaller tools that truly make a kitchen functional. First and foremost are the family cooking pots. Heavy iron ones passed down through generations, each seasoned with countless meals. Every hobbit hole needs at least 3 sizes. A small one for porridge and sauces, a medium for everyday cooking, and a large one for feast days and unexpected company. These should be accompanied by a good sturdy kettle, always ready for tea. Essential too are sharp knives, at least 4 different sizes, a proper rolling pin, preferably made from applewood, and an assortment of spoons and ladles. My gaffer always said, you can tell a serious cook by their collection of spoons, each worn smooth from years of stirring. Cooking methods. We hobbits have developed cooking methods that bring out the best in our ingredients, while maintaining the comfort and reliability our people cherish. Slow cooking is often preferred. A pot of stew or soup left to simmer gently through the day, developing deep flavors while requiring little attention. Roasting requires more vigilance, but rewards the patient cook. The secret lies in careful temperature control. Too hot, and the outside burns before the inside cooks. Too cool, and the meat becomes dry. Many a young hobbit has learned this lesson through trial and error. Storage and pantries. The proper organization of a pantry is as crucial as the ingredients within it. Root vegetables belong in cool, dark bins with good air circulation. Preserves should be stored on sturdy shelves where labels can be easily read. Herbs must be dried and stored in airtight jars, away from direct sunlight. Every pantry needs a rotation system. New items to the back, older to the front. This prevents waste and ensures you're always using the ingredients at their best. Feeding groups. The art of feeding large groups comes naturally to most hobbits, but it still requires careful planning. The key is preparation, having multiple dishes that can be made in advance, leaving only the finishing touches for the day itself. When feeding a crowd, it's essential to have a mix of dishes, some that can be stretched if unexpected guests arrive, and some special treats that make the meal memorable. Always prepare more than you think you'll need. Better to have leftovers than hungry guests. Recipes and preparations. Here I share with you some of the Shire's most treasured recipes. Though, remember that cooking is as much about feeling as it is about precise measurements. First, my family's celebrated mushroom pie. Take fresh mushrooms. Clean them carefully. Saute them in butter with thyme. Add a touch of garlic until golden. Now, layer them in a deep dish with diced potatoes, onions, and a rich gravy made from good stock. Top with a pastry crust made with equal parts butter and flour, with just enough cold water to bring it together. Bake until golden brown and bubbling. For a proper seed cake, cream together butter and honey until light. Add eggs one at a time. Then fold in flour, caraway seeds, and a pinch of salt. The secret is in the baking. Slow and steady wins the race, as my old gaffer would say. Travel dishes. For journeys long or short, nothing beats a proper walking pie. Making a sturdy hot water crust pastry, fill it with seasoned meat and vegetables, and seal it well. These keep for days and taste just as good hot or cold. Trail mix of dried fruit, nuts, and a handful of candied ginger will keep a weary traveler going between proper meals. Festival foods. Yule bread is a must for winter celebrations. Rich with dried fruits and spices, topped with a sugar glaze. For midsummer, nothing beats a berry trifle. Layer fresh berries with sweet cream and cake soaked in meadow sweet cordial. The layers should be visible through the glass bowl. Presentation matters, after all. Comfort dishes. When comfort is needed, I turn to potato soup. Creamy, thick, with leeks and a touch of cheese served with crusty bread. Another favorite is apple and blackberry crumble, best served piping hot with cool cream. The trick is to cook the apples first, add the blackberries at the last moment, and make the crumble topping with oats and brown sugar for extra crunch. Conclusion and reflections. As I sit here in my garden, watching the sun set behind the hills of the Shire, and enjoying a well-earned tea-time scone, I find myself reflecting on the remarkable journey we've taken through the culinary traditions of our people. From the humble potato to the grandest feast day preparations, food weaves through every aspect of Hobbit life, binding us together in ways both simple and profound. Future of cuisine. The world beyond our borders is changing, and even here in the Shire we feel its influence. New spices find their way to our market stalls. Different cooking methods are whispered about in pub corners, and young hobbits return from their wanderings with tales of exotic dishes. Yet, I believe our cooking will remain true to its roots while embracing these new additions, much like a well-tended garden that welcomes a new variety of herb without sacrificing the old favorites. In the end, dear readers, remember that good food, like good friends, should be cherished and shared freely. May your pantry always be full, your hearth warm, and your table surrounded by those you love. For in the Shire, we know that the simplest meals, served with love and care, often bring the greatest joy. Until we meet again, perhaps over a cup of tea and a slice of seed cake. Samwise Gamgee, Master of Bag End. It is with great delight that I once again invite you to journey through the enchanting stories of the Shire. Having spent many a night in the company of my fellow hobbits, sharing and listening to tales by the fireside, I've been eager to bring you further into the rich traditions of our folklore stories. This collection will delve deeper into the heart of the Shire, uncovering tales that have been perhaps forgotten or overlooked in the bustling daily lives of our peaceful land. So whether you are a returning friend or a newcomer to these tales, whether you are a hobbit, a wise wizard, a noble elf, or a stout-hearted dwarf, I extend you a warm welcome. Join me as we explore the folklore that defines us, tales of bravery, kindness, and the simple joys that make our lives so rich. Welcome back to the Shire, dear listener. May our stories once more fill your heart with warmth. In the heart of the Shire, in a time long past, nestled a quaint hobbit hole under a hillock, where lived an old hobbit and his spirited wife. The old hobbit, named Olo Underhill, was a gentle, quiet soul who preferred the comfort of his pipe and the serenity of his garden. His wife, Esme, however, was as lively and unpredictable as a summer storm. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and her laughter could be heard echoing through the rolling hills. Esme's antics were the talk of the neighbouring hobbit holes. The hobbits of the Shire, ever fond of their routines and wary of anything out of the ordinary, often exchanged nervous glances and hushed whispers whenever she passed by. They spoke of her peculiar habits, her mysterious disappearances at twilight, and the way she returned at dawn, pale and exhausted, as if she had been travelling great distances or performing arduous tasks throughout the night. Olo himself couldn't help but be troubled by his wife's nocturnal activities. Despite his deep love for her, a shadow of fear crept into his heart. He wondered if the rumors might hold some truth. Could his beloved Esme truly be dabbling in magic and witchcraft? Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the twilight cast its long shadows over the Shire, Esme would slip away, vanishing into the gloom. No matter how closely Olo watched, she always managed to evade his sight, leaving him to spend the night in a restless vigil by the hearth. Each morning, Esme returned, her once rosy cheeks now ashen, her bright eyes dulled by fatigue. She offered no explanations, only a weary smile and a promise that all was well. Yet, her assurances did little to ease Olo's troubled mind. He knew the time had come to confront her, to seek the truth, and to understand the mysterious path his wife tread in the dark hours of the night. Night after night, he tried to watch her closely, hoping to discover where she went or what she did. He would position himself by the window, peering into the twilight, or linger near the door, ready to follow. But Esme was always one step ahead. She slipped away with a deftness that eluded him, vanishing into the evening shadows before he could even take a step in pursuit. The uncertainty gnawed at Olo, each night adding to the weight of his suspicions. He could no longer bear the mystery that clouded his beloved wife's actions. And so, it is said, that one day, as the sun dipped low and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, he confronted her directly. His voice trembled as he asked the question that had haunted his dreams. Esme, are you a witch? To his shock and dismay, she did not hesitate. Her eyes met his with a calm and knowing gaze. Yes, Olo, I am a witch, she confessed, her tone devoid of any pretense. But if you promise to keep my secret, I will tell you about my midnight adventures the next time I go. Olo's blood ran cold at her admission. Yet, a part of him felt a strange relief. At least now he knew. He nodded solemnly, agreeing to keep her secret. For he felt it was better to know the truth of her strange activities. It wasn't long before he learned more. The very next week, the moon was new, a time, as every hobbit knows, when witches are most likely to stir. That first night of the new moon, Esme vanished once again. She did not return until the pale light of dawn began to creep over the horizon. When she finally came back, looking weary but elated, Olo was waiting for her by the hearth. He asked where she had been, and Esme, with eyes alight with excitement, began to recount her night's journey. She told him how she and 4 like-minded companions had gathered at the old stone circle on the moor. There, they mounted branches of the green bay tree and stalks of hemlock, which magically transformed into swift steeds. They rode across the Shire, swift as the wind, chasing foxes and owls under the cover of darkness. Their journey took them beyond the borders of the Shire, where they swam the broad Brandywine and climbed the misty heights of the Amon Berad. There, they dismounted and drank a strange brew from horn cups fashioned by no mortal hands. A drink that invigorated them with an otherworldly energy. Then, a tiny figure, smaller than a hobbit child, emerged from a great mossy stone, playing a set of bagpipes that produced the most enchanting music. At the sound of it, the very trout leaped from the nearby river, and the crows gathered to listen. The witches danced with wild abandon, their fatigue forgotten in the magic of the moment. Olo listened in silence, his head shaking slowly as he absorbed her tale. When she finally finished, he sighed and he said, "Better are you now for all your dancing? You would have been a lot more comfortable at home." Esme merely smiled, her secret now shared, and her night's adventures still fresh in her mind. At the next new moon, when magic in Middle-earth is at its peak, Esme embarked on another of her midnight escapades. And as dawn broke, she returned to their cozy hobbit hole, her eyes sparkling with tales of adventure. This time, she regaled Olo with an even more fantastical journey. She described how she and her companions had taken cockle shells for boats, sailing over the stormy seas until they reached the distant, icy shores of Forokal. There, they had disembarked and mounted invisible horses made from wind. These ethereal steeds carried them over the towering mountains, through shadowy glens, and across glittering glaciers, all the way to the land of the Losoth, the snow-dwelling folk. In this frozen realm, beneath the shimmering northern lights, a grand festival was underway. Elves from Rivendell, dwarves from the Blue Mountains, and the enigmatic Losoth mingled together. Even the legendary creatures of Middle-earth, such as the great eagles and ents from Fangorn Forest, had gathered to join in the great celebration. Esme and her other witches were welcomed into this enchanted gathering, where they danced, sang, and learned powerful words of magic from their mystical hosts. These words, Esme explained, held the power to undo any lock and unbar any door, granting the witches entry to any place they desired. Elated by the new knowledge they had acquired, they returned home before dawn's light touched the Shire. Olo listened with a mix of awe and skepticism. "What took you to such a land as that?" he asked, a hint of contempt in his voice. "You would have been a far sight warmer in your bed." However, as the new moon approached once more, Olo's curiosity grew. When Esme returned from her next adventure, his interest was piqued. She recounted how she and her friends had gathered in the cozy cottage of one of their number. They had heard tales of a rare and exquisite wine in the cellar of a noble lord in Bree, a treasure too tempting to resist. And so, using the magic words they had learned in the north, they placed their feet on the iron crook above the hearth. Instantly, they flew up the chimney like wisps of smoke and sailed through the night air, arriving swiftly at the noble lord's grand house in Bree. The bolts and bars of the cellar door flew away at their command, and they descended into the cellar to sample the fine, rare wine. Before cockcrow, they were back in the Shire, appearing as nothing more than sober, respectable hobbit wives. This tale of wine and magic ignited a spark in Olo. He leapt from his chair, his eyes bright with excitement, for he had a particular fondness for good wine. "Esme, you are full of surprises," he exclaimed. "Tell me the words, my dear, and I will visit this lord's cellar myself." But Esme shook her head firmly. "No, Olo, I cannot do that," she said. "If everyone knew these words, they would abandon their rightful duties and seek pleasures not meant for them. Be content with what you know, Olo. And despite Olo's pleading and cajoling, Esme would not reveal the magic words. And so, he was left to marvel at her tales and the mysteries of her nighttime adventures, resigned to the knowledge he already had. Although Olo tried to persuade Esme with all the soft words he could muster, she remained resolute and did not divulge her secret. However, Olo was a sly old hobbit, and the thought of that exquisite wine gave him no rest. Night after night, he hid in the shadows of the old cottage, hoping to overhear his wife and her friends. And for many nights, his efforts were in vain. He would crouch behind the hedge or conceal himself in the woodshed, straining to catch a glimpse of the mysterious gatherings. The air was often still, filled with only the chirping of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. But Olo's persistence paid off. When one evening, as the moon hung like a silver coin in the sky, the whole coven of the 5 old hobbit women assembled. They arrived quietly, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of lanterns, their voices low and filled with chuckles as they recounted their adventures up in the far north. From his hiding place, Olo watched with bated breath. The women moved with practiced ease, their eyes sparkling with the knowledge of secrets shared only amongst themselves. One by one, they climbed onto a sturdy chair beside the hearth, placing their feet on the sooty iron crook from which the cooking pot usually hung. With each turn, they uttered the magic words in a language that sounded ancient and melodic, almost like a song. The words seemed to dance in the air, carrying a power that made the hair on Olo's arms stand on end. And in an instant, they were transformed. Like wisps of smoke, they ascended the chimney and disappeared into the night sky before Olo could even draw a breath. His heart pounded with excitement and a twinge of fear, filled with determination. Olo crawled out of his hiding place and hurried to the fireplace. He placed his foot on the crook, took a deep breath, and repeated the magic words he had heard. To his amazement, he felt a sudden lightness, and before he knew it, he was up the chimney and flying through the crisp night air after his wife and her companions. The sensation was exhilarating. The landscape of the Shire, unfolding below him like a patchwork quilt. The moonlight cast long shadows, and the stars seemed so close that he could almost touch them. The witches, not in the habit of looking over their shoulders, did not notice him following them until they arrived at the grand house of a noble lord in Bree. The house was a grand structure with high arching windows and ivy-clad walls. They descended silently into the cellar through an open window, their soft whispers blending with the creaking of the old timbers. When they finally saw Olo among them, their expressions turned from surprise to displeasure. Esme's eyes widened, but there was nothing to be done. They were in too deep. With a resigned sigh, they settled down to enjoy themselves, tapping casks of wine and drinking a little from each one. The air was filled with the rich aroma of aged wine and the hushed, merry chatter of the witches. Olo, however, was not so wise. He sipped and sipped, the taste of the rare vintage too delightful to resist. And as the night wore on, he became quite drowsy, eventually lying down on the cool stone floor and falling fast asleep, a contented smile on his face. And seeing this, Esme decided to teach him a lesson about the perils of curiosity. When it was time to leave, she and her friends departed without waking him up. They whispered the magic words once more and floated back up the chimney, disappearing into the pre-dawn darkness. Olo slept soundly for hours until the first light of morning began to filter into the cellar. It was not long before two of the noble's servants, coming down to fetch wine for their master's table, almost tripped over Olo in the darkness. Greatly astonished at finding a hobbit in their cellar, they dragged him up into the light. Olo blinked groggily, his head spinning from the rough awakening and the effects of the wine. The servants shook and cuffed him, demanding to know how he had come to be there. In his confusion, Olo could only stammer out that he had come from the Shire and had travelled on the midnight wind. His words were slurred, his head still whirling with the remnants of his enchanted journey. Upon hearing this, the servants cried out that he was a warlock. They dragged him before their master, a stern and imposing figure who ruled his household with an iron fist. The noble lord, horrified by warlocks and witches, ordered that Olo be burned alive, as was the custom for dealing with such dark practitioners in those days. As the sentence was pronounced, Olo's heart sank. He desperately wished he had stayed in his bed and never pursued the allure of the noble's wine. But it was too late for regrets. The servants bound him with chains and led him out into the courtyard, where they fastened him to a great iron stake. They piled faggots of wood around his feet and set them alight. The flames crackling and growing with alarming speed. As the first tiny flames began to lick at his breeches, Olo thought his last hour had come. The heat was intense, the smoke stinging his little eyes. He closed them, bracing himself for the inevitable, when suddenly there was a swish and a flutter in the air. A great grey bird with wings outstretched swooped down from the sky and perched on Olo's shoulder. In its beak, it held a little red cap, which it promptly placed on Olo's head. The onlookers gasped in amazement, their eyes wide with shock To Olo's ears, the bird's croak was the sweetest sound he had ever heard. It was no ordinary bird, but the voice of his wife, whispering words of magic. With newfound hope, Olo shouted the words aloud. Instantly, his chains fell off, and he began to rise into the air. The flames below him flickered and died, unable to touch him as he soared higher and higher, leaving the courtyard far behind. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Olo flew all the way back to the Shire, the wind carrying him swiftly over the familiar landscape. He landed gently near his hobbit hole. The adventure, a vivid memory that he would never forget. And once safely home, Olo never again tried to uncover Esme's secrets. He respected her mysterious ways and the powers she possessed. From that day forward, he was content to let her be, cherishing the warmth and safety of his home, and the knowledge that some mysteries were better left unsolved. In the heart of the Shire, nestled among the rolling green hills and ancient trees, there stood a quaint little hobbit hole. Here lived an old widow hobbit and her only daughter, a lass of such beauty and grace that everyone in the village took delight in her presence. The hobbit maiden's hair shimmered like golden wheat under the summer sun, and her laughter was as clear and refreshing as a bubbling brook. She was well loved by all who knew her, for her kindness matched her charm. One fine spring morning, the old widow awoke, with a notion in her head to bake a batch of her famous oatcakes, a little treat that brought joy to their humble home. She bustled about the kitchen, taking down her well-worn bakeboard, fetching a basin full of meal from the kernel. But when she went to seek a jug of water to mix with the meal, she found the jug empty. "Drat," she muttered, wiping her hands on her apron. "We've no water left in the house." Stepping outside, she called to her daughter, who was tending to the garden. The young hobbit was surrounded by the vibrant colors of blooming flowers, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. "My dear," the widow called, holding out the empty jug, "run to the well of the world's end and fetch me a jug of water. For I found that the water from the well of the world's end makes the best cakes." The maiden, ever eager to help, took the jug from her mother's hands. She knew the journey to the well of the world's end was a long one, a path winding through meadows and forests, across brooks and up gentle slopes. But she did not hesitate, for she loved her mother dearly and wished to bring back the best water for her oatcakes. With a cheerful heart, she set off on her errand. The road to the well was indeed long, and as she walked, the sun climbed higher in the sky. Birds chirped merrily from the trees, and the gentle breeze carried the fragrance of wild flowers. Yet, as the miles stretched on, the maiden's steps grew heavier, and the distance began to take its toll. Her feet ached, and her spirits wavered, but she pressed on, driven by her determination. At long last, as the sun began its descent towards the horizon, she reached the well of the world's end. Her heart leaped with relief, but her joy was short-lived. The well, which should have been brimming with cool, clear water, was dry as a bone. Exhausted and disheartened, she sank down beside it, her eyes filling with tears. She could not bear to return home with an empty jug after coming so far. She felt the weight of her disappointment, almost like a stone in her chest. As she wept, her sobs echoed in the quiet glade, mingling with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a little dove. But it is said that while she cried, a bright-eyed robin, perched on a nearby stone, hopped closer to her. Its feathers were a rich, earthy brown, with a vibrant red breast that glowed in the fading light. The bird tilted its head, observing her with a curious and sympathetic gaze. "And why are you weeping, my dear?" the robin chirped, in a voice as soft as the whispering wind. "Is there something I can do to help you?" The maiden, surprised to hear the robin speak, explained her predicament between sniffles. She told the bird about the empty well and her mother waiting for the water to bake the cakes. "Listen," said the robin softly, hopping even closer. "I can fill the well for you, but you must promise to be my bride." The maiden, thinking only of her mother's oatcakes, and not truly believing the robin was serious, quickly agreed. "I promise," she said, her voice steady despite her doubts. No sooner had the words passed her lips than the robin fluttered down into the well. In an instant, water began to flow, filling the well to the brim with clear, sparkling water. The maiden's heart leaped with joy. She filled her jug, thanked the robin, and hurried back home. Her spirits lifted by the successful completion of her quest. She did not dwell on the curious encounter with the robin, nor the strange promise she had made. Her mind was fixed on her mother's oatcakes and the joy that they would bring. As evening fell and the shadows grew long, the maiden and her mother sat together by the fire. The scent of freshly baked oatcakes filling the cozy hobbit hole. They shared stories and laughter, savoring the simple pleasures of their home. The glow from the hearth cast a warm light on the room, flickering on the walls adorned with keepsakes and memories of days gone by. Just as the night settled in and a comfortable silence enveloped them, a tiny melodic voice drifted through the stillness, coming from the doorstep. It was a soft, persistent singing, clear against the quiet of the evening. It sang, "Oh, open the door, my honey, my heart. Oh, open the door, my true love so smart. remember the promise that you and I made. Down by the well, where wishes are laid. The old widow raised her head, her ears attuned to the peculiar sound. "Wheesht," she said softly, motioning for silence. "What noise is that at the door?" The maiden felt a shiver of fear run down her spine. The sweet voice, though gentle, carried a weight of truth that unsettled her. "Oh, Mother," she replied, her voice trembling. "It's just a poor little bird." "Open the door and let him in," urged the old hobbit, her curiosity piqued. It's cold work sitting on the doorstep, even for a bird. Reluctantly, the maiden went to the door and opened it. There, on the threshold, stood the robin, its little feathers gleaming in the light of the fire. It hopped inside, coming to rest by the fireside. The warmth of the hearth seemed to give it energy, and it began to sing once more. "Oh, give me my supper, my honey, my heart. Oh, give me my supper, my true love so smart. Remember the promise that you and I made. Down by the well, where wishes were laid." "Give the poor bird its supper," said the old hobbit kindly. "He's an uncommon robin that can sing like that." "Tush," replied the maiden crossly, for her fear was growing as she saw the bird's bright eyes fixed on her face. "I'm not going to feed a wet, sticky robin." "Don't be ill-natured and cruel," said her mother, frowning slightly. "Who knows how far the little creature has traveled? I wager it would like some milk." Now, the maiden could have told her mother that the robin had traveled from the well of the world's end, but she held her tongue. She went to the milk house and returned with a saucerful of milk, which she set down before the strange little visitor. The robin sipped the milk delicately, its bright eyes never leaving the maiden's face. Satisfied, the bird began to sing again, its voice more insistent this time. Oh, chop off my head, my honey, my heart. Oh, chop off my head, my true love so smart. Remember the promise that you and I made, down by the well where wishes are laid. Stop that nonsense, pay it no heed, exclaimed the old woman, running forward to stop her daughter, who was now raising an axe to chop off the robin's head. But the maiden, driven by an inexplicable compulsion and the memory of her promise, brought the axe down swiftly, and in an instant the robin transformed in a burst of shimmering light. Where the little bird had perched, there now stood the handsomest young elfin prince the maid had ever seen. His noble bearing and richly adorned attire left the mother and daughter awestruck. The prince wore garments of fine silk, embroidered with silver threads that caught the firelight. His hair was blonde and flowed like a river down his back, and his eyes shone with a depth of wisdom and kindness. The mother and daughter would have fallen to their knees before him had he not raised his hands to stop them. "'Tis I who shall kneel to thee, sweetheart," he said, turning to the blushing maiden, "for you have delivered me from a dreadful spell. For long years I lived in that well, the well of the world's end, waiting for a maiden to take pity on me in my loathsome disguise, to promise to be my bride, and to have the courage to follow my bidding. The prince smiled, his eyes filled with gratitude and affection. "Now I can return and claim my father's kingdom, and you, my brave and gracious maiden, shall have the honor by my side." The maiden listened in awe, her heart swelling with a mixture of relief and happiness. "And so," he continued, "because of your kindness and bravery, you will have to come with me to Rivendell, where we shall wed and rule together. The elves will welcome you, and my people will rejoice to see their prince returned, and the kingdom restored. The maiden and her mother could scarcely believe their ears. The humble hobbit maiden was to become a princess, and they were to leave their simple hobbit hole for the grandeur of an elfin kingdom. And so it was that the hobbit maiden, who fetched water from the well of the world's end, became a princess. She and the prince returned to Rivendell, a land of beauty and enchantment, where they ruled with wisdom and kindness, forever remembered for their courage and love. The hobbits of the Shire never forgot this tale, and it was told and retold, a story of hope and the enduring power of promises kept. The hobbits of the Shire were a contented folk, and contentment breeds a peculiar kind of blindness. For 14 centuries and more, they tilled their fields, smoked their pipeweed, and celebrated their birthdays with generous regularity, all the while believing that the peace they enjoyed was simply the natural order of things. It was, of course, not. The Shire sat like a green jewel in a setting of steel and shadow, and the story of that setting, the kingdoms that rose and crumbled, the wars that raged and were forgotten, the grim watchmen who walked the borders in darkness, is a history the hobbits never troubled themselves to learn. Yet, it is a history worth the telling, for it reveals a truth that even the wisest of the Shire folk only dimly understood, that their peace was purchased by the blood and vigilance of others. Beyond the Brandywine and the White Downs, beyond the comfortable boundaries of the Four Farthings, there lay a world of ancient sorrow and enduring courage. Great kingdoms had flourished upon the very ground beneath hobbit feet, and their ruins still dotted the landscape, though the little folk used them chiefly as shelters for sheep or convenient places to sit and eat lunch. This, then, is the tale of the lands beyond the hedge, of the kingdom of Arnor and its ruin, of the rangers who guarded the Shire in secret, of Breeland, where men and hobbits dwelt side by side, and of dark places that pressed close upon the borders of that most innocent of countries. It is, in its way, the other half of the Shire's own history, the half that was lived in shadow, so that the Shire might remain in the light. Long before any hobbit set foot in an Eriador, the land was claimed by kings of surpassing majesty and power. In the Second Age, the great ships of the faithful came out of the ruin of Numenor, that blessed island in the western sea which had been cast beneath the waves for the pride of its last king. The survivors, led by Elendil the Tall, made landfall upon the shores of Middle-earth and founded two realms. Gondor in the south, ruled by his sons Isildur and Anarion, and Arnor in the north, where Elendil himself took high kinship. Arnor was a realm of great extent, stretching from the Lune in the west to the misty mountains in the east, and from the grey havens of the elves to the borders of Dunland in the south. Its capital was Annúminas, built upon the shores of Lake Evendim, and there Elendil kept the Palantir, the seeing stone, with which he communed with his sons in distant Gondor. The tower of Amon-Sul upon Weathertop was raised as a watchtower, and from its summit the land could be seen for many leagues in all directions. These were years of splendor, when the Dunedain, the men of the west, brought their arts and learning to the north. They built roads and bridges, raised towers of white stone, and maintained commerce with the elven realms of Lindon and Rivendell. The land prospered under their stewardship, and though Sauron was defeated in the Great War of the Last Alliance at the end of the Second Age, at terrible cost, for Elendil himself fell upon the slopes of Mount Doom. Arnor endured, passing to Isildur, and thence to his heirs. Yet, even in those early years, the seeds of decline had been sown. Isildur, who had cut the One Ring from Sauron's hand, was slain in disaster, and the ring was lost in the waters of Anduin. The line of kings continued, but the glory of the Second Age had passed, and the strength of the Dunedain would slowly wane through the long centuries of the Third Age. The roads would crack, the towers would crumble, and the great halls would at last stand empty, haunted by only wind and the memory of a greatness that had been. For 8 centuries, the kings of Arnor ruled Annúminas, and the realm endured in diminished but real splendor. But in the year 861 of the Third Age, King Eärendor died, and his 3 sons fell to quarreling over their inheritance. The kingdom was sundered into 3 lesser realms: Arthendain in the northwest, which kept the ancient capital and the line of Isildur; Cardolan in the south, between the Brandywine and the Grey Flood; and Rhudaur in the east, a wild land of hills and forests bordering the misty mountains. This division was the beginning of the end, for what had been strong united was weak divided. The 3 kingdoms bickered endlessly over the possession of Amon-Sul and its Palantir, which all 3 claimed. Arthedain, as the rightful heir of Isildur's line, had the strongest claim. But Raudur and Cardolan would not yield, and the old bonds of brotherhood between the Dunedain frayed and broke. It was Raudur that fell first, and not to any external foe. The land was wild and thinly peopled, and even in time, evil men, hillmen, who had no love for the Dunedain, grew powerful there. By the middle of the 14th century of the Third Age, the line of the Dunedain in Raudur had failed, and a hillman lord, secretly in league with the dark power of Angmar, seized the throne. Raudur became, in all but name, a vassal of the enemy. Cardolan fared little better, though it held out longer. Caught between the growing menace of Angmar to the north and the hostility of Raudur to the east, it was ground slowly down by war and pestilence. The Great Plague of 1636, which swept out of the east and devastated all lands of Middle-earth, struck Cardolan with particular cruelty. The last prince of Cardolan perished, and the realm was leaderless and defenseless. Its burial grounds became the Barrow Downs. Haunted by evil spirits out of Angmar, the land passed into darkness. Only Arthedain endured, and that kingdom, smallest of the three, bore the full weight of what was to come. In the year 1300 of the Third Age, the very year as fate would have it, when the first hobbits were settling in and around Bree, a shadow arose in the frozen waste north of the Etten Moors. The realm of Angmar was founded there, and its lord was the Witch King, greatest and most terrible of the Nazgul, the 9 ring wraiths of Sauron. He had been sent north with a single purpose: the destruction of the Dunedain of Arnor. The wars that followed were long and merciless. Angmar's armies were composed of orcs and trolls and evil men, and they came against Arthedain in wave after wave, year after year, century after century. The kingdom fought back with desperate courage, aided at times by Gondor and by the elves of Lindon, but the tide was ever against them. Amansul was destroyed, and the Palantir was carried back to Fornost, the last refuge of the kings. Raudur was overrun entirely, its people scattered or enslaved. The long struggle wore down the strength of the Arthedain as water wears down stone. Each generation was smaller than the last, each army thinner, each harvest harder won. The kings fought on, not because they believed they could prevail, but because they had no other choice. Because the alternative was to abandon the north to darkness and let the memory of Arnor perish from the earth. The end came eventually. The Witch King had gathered the full might of Angmar, swept down upon the foremost Erin, the Norbury of the kings. The city fell after a bitter siege, and the king, the last king of Arthedain, fled north to the ice bay of Forocal. There, despite the kindness of Lasoth, the snowmen of that frozen land, King perished when his ship was crushed in the ice. With him were lost 2 of the Palantiri, and the last remnant of the northern kingdom passed into shadow. But the Witch King's triumph was short-lived. A great army came at last from Gondor, led by Eranor, the prince, and joined by the elves of Lindon under Círdan, the shipwright. At the Battle of Fornost, the combined host destroyed the armies of Angmar utterly. The Witch King himself fled as he passed into the shadows. Glorfindel, the Elf Lord, spoke a prophecy that would echo through the ages, that the Witch King would not fall by the hand of man. 1,000 years later, on the fields of Pelennor, that prophecy would be fulfilled, not by a man, but by a woman of Rohan and a hobbit of the Shire. The kingdom of Arnor was no more. The great cities lay in ruin. The roads were broken and the land emptied of its people. Where once the banners of Elendil had flown, now only the wind stirred the grass upon the barrows. But the line of kings did not end. Aranarth became the first chieftains of the Dunedain, and he and his descendants took up a burden that would last 1,000 years. They called themselves the Rangers, and to the common folk, that was all they were. Tall, grim, grey-cloaked men who walked the wild lands and kept their own counsel. They were unwelcome in most villages and viewed with suspicion everywhere, for they were secretive and strange, and their business was their own. The hobbits of the Shire, who saw them seldom and liked them less, called them simply the Wanderers, or less charitably, those big folk who skulk about in the woods. Yet these despised vagabonds were the heirs of Elendil, the last remnants of the noble bloodline in Middle-earth. From father to son, for nearly 1,000 years, the chieftains of the Dunedain kept alive the hope of the kingdom's restoration. They bore the shards of Narsil, the sword that had cut the ring from Sauron's hand, and they preserved it in the memory and customs of their ancient realm. In the house of Elrond in Rivendell, the sons of the chieftains were fostered and taught, and there the heirlooms of the line of Isildur were kept safe against the day when a king might come again. But their chief labor was not the keeping of memory. It was the keeping of peace. The Rangers patrolled the vast emptiness, from the ruins of Fornost in the north to the borders of Dunland in the south. They hunted orcs and wolves, they tracked the servants of the enemy, and they guarded, above all else, the borders of the Shire. This was thankless work and deadly. The rangers were never numerous, perhaps a few hundred at a time, scattered across the land the size of a small kingdom. They lived rough, sleeping under hedge and stone, eating what the land provided. They aged more slowly than common men, for the blood of Numenor ran in their veins, but they were mortal still, and many fell in lonely places, unmourned and unremembered by those they had died to protect. The hobbits knew nothing of this, and the rangers were content that it should be so. It was enough that the Shire was safe, that the little folk could tend their gardens and argue about the weather without ever knowing how close the darkness came. When Bilbo Baggins set out on his adventure, and the chieftain of Dúnedain was a man named Arathorn, his son was called Aragorn, and he would one day be King Elessar. But in those years, he was merely a ranger, walking the wild and weathered grey. Aragorn knew the Shire well, for he had walked its borders many times. He loved the land and its people, though they did not know him and would not have welcomed him had they known. It was a love born of duty, the love of a shepherd for his flock, and it sustained him through long years of hardship and loneliness. When at last he came into his kingdom and was crowned in Gondor, one of his first acts was to declare the Shire a free land under the protection of the Northern Spectre, and to forbid any man from entering its borders. It was perhaps his way of repaying a debt that the hobbits had never known was owed. At the meeting of the Great East Road and the Greenway, where the ancient highways of Arnor crossed, there stood a hill, and upon that hill was built the village of Bree. It was an old settlement, older perhaps than any other habitation of men. Some said it dated from the First Age, when Edain first wandered westward. Others held that it was founded in the Second Age by men of Numenor. Whatever the truth, Bree had stood at its crossroads since time out of mind, and it would be standing still when kingdoms rose and fell around it like the turning of seasons. Breeland was a small country, comprising the villages of Bree itself, Staddle, Combe, and Archet. Its most remarkable feature was that men and hobbits lived there side by side, in harmony, and without undue friction, a circumstance unique in all of Middle-earth. The hobbits of Bree claimed to be the oldest settlement of hobbit folk anywhere in the western lands, and they may well have been right, for hobbits had dwelt there since long before the founding of the Shire. The heart of Bree and its most famous institution was, of course, the Prancing Pony, an inn that had stood at the foot of Bree Hill since the earliest days. It was kept in the later years of the Third Age by Barliman Utterburn, a fat and forgetful but fundamentally decent man who served good beer and asked few questions. The Prancing Pony was a house of refuge and meeting, where travellers from east and west could find a warm fire and a bed. Rangers drank there in the corners dwarfs passed through on their journeys, and the local hobbits and men gathered to share news and gossip. Bree survived everything that history threw at it. It survived the wars with Angmar, the Great Plague, and the Fell Winter. It survived the slow depopulation of Rayador and the decline of the Greenway from a great highway to a grass-grown track. Where kingdoms crumbled and cities fell, Bree simply endured, too small and too obscure to be worth destroying, too stubborn and too well-placed to be abandoned. During the War of the Ring, Bree suffered its own troubles. Ruffians on the roads, a rise in thieving, and a general atmosphere of fear and suspicion. Bill Fernie, a disreputable local, served as a spy for darker powers, and the village gates were locked at night for the first time in memory. But Bree weathered this storm as it had weathered all the others, and in the peace that followed the war, it prospered again. Its inns full, and its crossroads busy with the traffic of a restored kingdom. East of the Brandywine, on the narrow strip of land between the river and the old forest, there lay a country that was of the Shire and yet not quite it. Buckland. The Bucklanders were hobbits right enough, but they were a different breed from the comfortable folk of Hobbiton or the West Farthing. Hardier, more watchful, and possessed a frontier spirit that their western cousins found distinctly unsettling. Buckland had been settled in the Third Age, when Gorhendad Oldbuck led his family across the Brandywine and began the excavation of Brandy Hole, a vast warren of tunnels and chambers dug into Buck Hill on the bank of the river. The old Bucks changed their name to Brandybuck, and their hole became the seat of the Master of Buckland, who governed the eastern marches with a firmness that the rest of the Shire thought rather un-hobbitish. The Bucklanders had good reason for their vigilance. They lived with the old forest at their back, and the old forest was no gentle wood of birch and hazel. It was beyond reckoning a remnant of the great forests that had once covered all of Eredor before the Dunedain felled the trees for their ships and cities. The trees of the old forest remembered this, and of course they were angry. They pressed against the hedge, the great barrier that the Bucklanders had planted along the forest's edge, and sometimes in the dead of night they were said to move closer, leaning over the hedge and whispering among themselves in voices that no hobbit could understand. To keep the forest at bay, the Bucklanders maintained the high hay, a thick hedge running the full length of their eastern border, and they posted watchers along it, particularly in autumn and winter when the trees grew restless. They locked their doors at night, a practice that scandalized the Shire folk, who never locked anything, and they knew how to swim and handle boats, skills that were viewed with deep suspicion by hobbits who regarded water with the distrust that is every sensible person's right. In the great events of the Third Age's end, Buckland played a crucial role. It was through Buckland that Frodo Baggins and his companions escaped the Black Riders. Crossing by the Buckleberry Ferry, while the Nazgul raged upon the far bank, and when the four hobbits returned from the War of the Ring, it was the Bucklanders, under the horn call of Buckland, who rallied first to drive out the ruffians. Meriadoc Brandybuck, who became master of Buckland, had fought in the Battle of Pelennor Fields and helped slay the Witch King of Angmar. He brought to his office a wisdom and a steel that the eastern marches had never known. And under his leadership, Buckland flourished as never before. Beyond the hedge of Buckland, beyond the watchful eyes of Brandybuck gate wardens, there stretched a country of ancient terror and ancient wonder. The old forest and the Barrow Downs together formed a belt of peril on the Shire's southern eastern flank. Though the hobbits avoided them with admirable consistency, their influence was felt in the nightmares and fireside tales of every generation. The old forest was, by the reckoning of the elves, one of the oldest living things in Middle-earth. In the First Age, the great forests had stretched unbroken from the Blue Mountains to the Misty Mountains, a vast and trackless wilderness. The coming of the Dunedain and the wars of the Second and Third Ages had diminished them terribly, and by the end of the Third Age, only fragments remained. The old forest, Fangorn far to the south, and a few other scattered woodlands. The trees of the old forest bore a grudge for this diminishment, and they were hostile to all who walked on two legs, whether man, hobbit, or elf. The chief peril of the forest was Old Man Willow, a great tree that stood upon the banks of a river that wound through the forest's heart. Old Man Willow had a power of song and enchantment, and he could lull travelers to sleep and then trap them in the cracks of his bark. Many who entered the forest never returned, drawn deeper and deeper by paths that seemed to shift and change, until they came at last to the Old Man Willow's drowsy malice. Yet the forest, of course, had a protector all of its own. Tom Bombadil, a being older and stranger than any other in Middle-earth. Who or what Tom was, none could say with certainty. He was older than the elves, older than the trees, older perhaps than the world itself. He called himself eldest, and the elves had many names for him, one which meant oldest and fatherless, Yarwine Ben Ardar. He lived with his wife, Goldberry, the river daughter, in a house by the river and within the borders of his country. His powers were absolute. Even the One Ring had no power over him. He could see Frodo when he wore it, and when he put it on his own finger, he did not vanish. South and east of the old forest lay the Barrow Downs, range of low, treeless hills crowned with standing stones and ancient burial mounds. In the days of Cardolan, these had been the resting places of kings and lords, raised with honor and guarded by the living. But when Cardolan fell and the witch kings sent evil spirits to inhabit the barrows, the downs became a place of dread. The Barrow Wights, as these spirits were called, haunted the mounds and the mists, luring the unwavering into their tombs with phantom lights and voices. They would dress their victims in the grave clothes of ancient kings and lay them upon cold stone altars, and the gold and jewels of the dead would be their burial gifts. It was here that Frodo and his companions nearly met their end. In the earliest days of their journey, and it was Tom Bombadil who rescued them. The sword that Merry carried from the barrow, a blade forged in ancient Cardolan for the wars against Angmar, would prove in the end to be the very weapon that broke the spell of the Witch King upon the Pelennor fields. Thus did the dead of Cardolan, long centuries after their kingdom's fall, play a part in the destruction of the enemy who had destroyed them. The hobbits of the Shire slept soundly in their beds, but the night beyond their borders was seldom quiet. Throughout the long centuries of the Shire's existence, threats both great and small pressed upon its edges, and were it not for the tireless vigilance of the rangers and the natural defences of the land, the little folk would have been overwhelmed many times over. From the misty mountains, orcs descended in raiding parties, following the ancient paths in search for plunder and blood. The trolls of the Troll Shoals, those stony hills east of Rivendell, were a constant menace to travellers on the Great East Road, and though they rarely ventured as far as the Shire, their presence made the eastern approaches perilous. Bilbo Baggins himself encountered 3 of these creatures on his journey to the Lonely Mountain, and was saved only by the cunning of Gandalf. Wolves came down from the north in hard winters, as they had during the fell winter, when the dreaded white wolves crossed the frozen Brandywine and terrorized the Shire. In lesser winters, lone wolves and wargs prowled the borders taken by rangers before they could reach the settlements. The hobbits, who kept no weapons beyond hunting bows and the occasional ancient matham, would have been easy prey. More insidious were the agents of Sauron, who passed through Eriador on errands of espionage and mischief. Throughout the later Third Age, as the Dark Lord rebuilt his power in Mordor, his spies were abroad in the western lands, seeking news of the Ring, testing the defenses of the free peoples. The rangers intercepted many of these, but some slipped through, and the growing unease in Bree and the surrounding countryside in the years before the War of the Ring was no mere fancy. It was the long shadow of Mordor reaching westward. Perhaps the most chilling near miss came when the 9 Nazgul themselves entered the Shire, searching for Baggins and the Ring. They rode through the lanes of the East Farthing and the West Farthing, cloaked in black upon black horses, and the terror they spread was unlike anything the Shire had known. That they did not find what they sought, and that Frodo escaped by the narrowest of margins was a mercy that the hobbits would never fully appreciate. Had the ring been taken, the Shire would have been the first casualty of the war that followed, and its people would have found no mercy from the Lord of Mordor. In the Third Age, the War of the Ring was won, and Aragorn, son of Arathorn, was crowned king in Minas Tirith. The reunited kingdom of Arnor and Gondor was proclaimed, and for the first time in over 1,000 years a king ruled in the north. The broken circle was mended, the heir of Elendil sat once more upon the throne, and the long labour of the rangers was vindicated at last. Among the new king's earliest decrees was one of particular significance to the Shire folk. He declared the Shire a free land, under the protection of the Northern Sceptre, and he issued an edict that no man should enter its borders without the leave of Thane. This was not merely a gesture of affection. Though Aragorn loved the Shire and its people dearly, it was the formal renewal of a guardianship that had been maintained informally for 1,000 years. When the rangers had watched in secret, the king now watched openly, and the borders of the Shire were safer than they had been since the days of Arnor's glory. The boundaries of the Shire were expanded to include Westmark, a fair country between the Far Downs and the Tower Hills, and there the descendants of Samwise Gamgee made their home. The Malorn tree that Sam had planted in Hobbiton grew tall and golden, a living symbol of the Shire's connection to the great world beyond, and the friendships forged during the War of the Ring, between hobbits and kings, between gardeners and elves, endured through the long peace of the Fourth Age. Merry and Pippin, who had fought in the great battles of the war, became in their later years the masters of Buckland and Thane, respectively. They were known throughout the Shire for their wisdom and their outlandish tales, and they maintained correspondence with the king. And in the year of Shire reckoning, both Merry and Pippin departed the Shire for the first time, journeying to Gondor, where they lived out their final days in honor, and were laid to rest beside the king himself when their time came. So the wheel turned full circle. The land that had been carved from a dying kingdom became the most protected in all of Middle-earth. The ruins of Arnor lay all around the Shire. The broken towers, the empty cities, the grass-grown roads. But within the hedge and the river, the gardens bloomed, and the children played, and the shadows were kept at bay by the strength of a kingdom renewed. There is a profound irony at the heart of the Shire's history, and it is this: the hobbits' ignorance of the world beyond their borders were not a weakness, but a gift, and the gift was freely given by those who asked nothing in return. The rangers bled in the wild so that the Shire might know peace. The kingdom of Arnor rose and fell so that its successors might one day protect the little folk who lived among its ruins. Even the Barrow Wights, in their terrible way, contributed to the Shire's salvation. For the blade from the Barrow Downs was the instrument of the Witch King's destruction. The hobbits, for their part, repaid this debt in a manner that none had foreseen, and few could have imagined. It was a hobbit who bore the One Ring to Mount Doom and destroyed the power of Sauron. It was the hobbits who fought at Pelennor and the Black Gate and in the scouring of the Shire itself. The courage that the little folk had cultivated in obscurity proved in the end to be the salvation of all the great and mighty who had thought them beneath their notice. Thus, the tale of the lands beyond the hedge is also in the end a tale about the hedge itself, about the boundary between innocence and experience, between the sheltered life and the wider world. The Shire endured because others fought for it, but it was worth fighting for, because the hobbits made it so. A land of decency and laughter, of good earth and honest labour, of bertie parties and piped weed, and the simple pleasure of a well-tended garden. In all the vast and storied history of Middle-earth, with its war and its wonders, its kings and its dragons, there is perhaps no greater achievement than this, that in one small corner of the world, for a little while, ordinary folk were allowed to live in peace.